developers. It is here. It has arrived, and we are raring to go this morning. Moderator for the main stage for the next 2 days. And I love hosting conferences like this. Absolutely love it. You know why? Because it's for people like you. People like you who make a difference to our everyday lives. And you make that difference by exploring and creating, developing, and leveraging the possibilities that come with technology. That is awesome. So, a couple of questions for you this morning. Firstly is, who was here last year? You can, oh no, you know what? I want to hear you. Do a whoop whoop for me, right? Or you can just shout or cheer. Who was here last year? Okay. All right, so who's here for the first time? Woo! Love it, love it. Okay. So we are using a tool called Slido. Now, I know you're all techies, which means you've got about 15 devices with you. So you can use just one of them. We're going to go to slido.com. That's slido.com, because I want to know where you are from. So, are we ready for this? Slido? All right, so what country are you from? So, slido.com, and it's hashtag WAD2019. WAD 2019. We just need to know, where are you from? Where did you come from? How far did you come? You got it? If you've got it, say yay. Guys, man, you should be the quickest here. You're all techies. Slido.com. Have you got it? Oh my God, can you imagine? Tech conference and the technology fails. It's not a good thing. Okay, all right, so if you have, here we go. Ooh! Austria, Germany, Ireland, Turkey, ooh, let's see it. Slovakia, Denmark, Canada, Egypt, Slovenia. All right, are really taking over. Anyone else? USA, great. Scotland, my kind of town. London, whoop, whoop. England, okay, fabulous. Fabulous, you've come from far and wide. And let me tell you, this is your opportunity. This is an opportunity, so use it. Use it to connect. Use it to learn. Use it to find a new job if you want a new job. Use this opportunity. Find new people. Network. We have so much on offer over the next 2 days for you guys. We really do. Some of you will cry when you meet your heroes. I know. I saw it last year. Some of you will fall apart. Some of you will just stand in awe. Some of you will ask the most ridiculous questions, and that's all right, because you're here. We are Developers World Congress 2019. So at this point, I just want to remind you that these kind of events, they take time, effort, and energy. And so I want to introduce you to the brainchildren, I should say, the brainchild of this event. And they are the co-founders of We Are Developers. Please welcome to the stage Tom, Ben, and Siad. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Hello Berlin, hello developers. It's a pleasure to welcome you to We Are Developers World Congress 2019, Berlin edition. As some of you know, we have started in 2015 with 10 speakers and 300 participants. This year, 4 years later, we are standing here in Berlin with almost 10,000 bright minds, with 8 stages, dozens of workshops, with over 200 speakers who will share their knowledge with you and their experiences. And I want to give a Thank you to our colleagues, our RIA developers team, and to over 200 volunteers who make this all happen. Thank you.
I'm very excited that for the first time, the We Are Developers World Congress is taking place in Berlin. We are no longer an Austrian Congress, but we are a European one. To stay on top of what is happening today and tomorrow, I encourage all of you to download our app. It's the best way to keep track of our program, to engage with your peers, and to make sure you don't miss any of the on-site activities. And while you're checking out the app, please head over to Talents, our very own career platform with job opportunities across Europe. So thanks everyone for being here. Enjoy the talks, meet new people, make new friends, but most importantly, have fun. Thanks.
So, as you know, we're focusing on building the biggest developer community in Europe. It's the first time we're here in Berlin. We have a lot of respect for what's been happening here in the developer scene. It's the kind of culture, the mindset, the multicultural attitude, the open-mindedness and the diversity that made us come to Berlin. We really like what's been happening here, and we're planning to stay in Berlin. We're going to be here in 2020 again. I think tickets will be available from today onwards. And yeah, we're looking forward to network with all of you, to get to know you. You'll recognize us by the We Are Developers t-shirts, which those guys are wearing, I'm not. And please approach us, talk to us, let's get in touch, let's get to know each other. Big round of applause, thanks to all of the partners who have made this possible. Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes-Benz IO, and all of the more than 200 companies who are here to meet you and to network with you over the next 48 hours. Please give a round of applause for them. Last but not least, have a lot of fun. We have an executive track for business stages in total. We have a bunch of expo companies downstairs waiting to connect with you. We have a bunch of raffles taking place. Check out the program, check out the app, check out the whole location because it's pretty big. You have long distances that you need to cover to get from one stage to the other. Have fun over the next 48 hours, and please give a round of applause for Catherine Bishop. She's the Chief Relationship Officer of Factory Berlin, our main partner. We're really grateful to have her here and to have this partnership with Factory Berlin as our main partner of We Are Developers. Please welcome Catherine on stage.
Wow, this is incredible. Welcome to Berlin. This is our home turf, so we're really proud that this is taking place here. Thank you for bringing this from Vienna to Berlin. It makes a lot of sense to us, of course. We are Germany's largest community of innovators. We have over 3,000 members from 70 different nations. You talked about open-mindedness. That is part of our DNA, open-mindedness, creative thinking. Different disciplines that we bring together, because our mission is to connect people, resources, and ideas to impact the world and the surroundings that we find ourselves in. Our values align really well with We Are Developers because, of course, we believe in the power of the platform. We believe in peer-to-peer networking, and we believe that diversity and knowledge sharing are absolutely key for redefining what the future looks like. And this is why you're all here because you're curious, because you're ambitious, and because you want to help form and shape what our world looks like in the next now onwards, essentially. Please come and visit us. We're downstairs by the startups that are presenting their ideas, and we want to hear from you, to hear what you're working on, what troubles you, what you're looking forward to. So let's get into a conversation. We also have Factory Berlin t-shirts. I'm not wearing one, but there's a whole bunch of other people around here. Enjoy the next 2 days, enjoy Berlin, and have a good time.
Thank you.
And now, it's a great pleasure to keynote speaker. He is the greatest chess player of all time. He has dominated the chess scene for 20 years. His famous matches against IBM supercomputer Deep Blue were key to bring AI to the mainstream in the 90s. Please welcome 6 times world champion Garry Kasparov.
Geh mal runter.
Good morning. I'm glad that after so many years of fighting the machines and their programmers, we can meet here in peace. And for my entire chess career, developers were trying to beat me, coming up with smarter and smarter machines. And now, eventually they did. And now, when machines are about to start programming themselves, I think it's time for me to share how I felt 20 years ago. And back then, so when I just had to face this imminent defeat, I heard programmers telling me, they kept telling me, Garry, so don't take it personally. It's for great benefits of humanity. It's a great victory for all of us. I think now the roles are reversed. I'm here to tell you not to be afraid. Yeah. So AI will not replace you. So, and if I could, survive it, so can you. But before we actually talk about the real or imaginative threats of AI, I think we have to agree on a definition because, following this public debate, or just all these noises around AI, so I feel that we're at such an early stage of understanding this phenomena and this new disruptive technology that without this philosophical explanations, it will be very difficult for us to to anticipate what is real and what is not. And most of these debates are just, to my taste, they are debates. Because people talk about, it's AI will be a savior, it will open the doors to paradise. The group is saying, no, it's just, it's the end of the world, the end of humanity. It will destroy everything, it's Pandora box, it's opening the gates of hell. AI is not a magic wand, that is not a Terminator. It's not a harbinger of utopia or dystopia. It's a technology invented by us, humans. And it's very important to understand what it is. I think that the public believes today that we are, with AI at the stage of Windows 10, while I believe we're at early MS-DOS era. And understanding this phenomenon is important. And I think that we yet to agree even on the definition of this acronym. So, and I show later that I have my doubts about letter A, the artificial. But as for I, intelligence, I don't think we have any reasons to argue. And of course, chess has been seen for a long time as the nexus of human intelligence and creativity. Here this slide shows founding fathers. Alfred Binet was the co-creator of IQ test. And by the end of the 19th century. And he was fascinated by the minds of chess players, especially those who could play chess blind without looking at the chessboard. He believed that if he could reveal the secrets of their minds, chess players' minds, that could unlock the secrets of human intelligence. Yeah, it's flattering, but I can tell you the aptitude for playing chess is nothing else than the aptitude for playing chess. Though again, it could help to understand how people making decisions, but it was not even near of these revelations that Binet expected. But somehow these beliefs they transcended to new generation of scientists and the founding fathers of computer science, Alan Turing, Claude Shannon, Norbert Wiener. They all believed that when, not if, when machines would prevail in the game of chess, this day will be the dawn of the era, they didn't know the term artificial intelligence, of intelligent machines, making the entry to our world. Actually, they were wrong. And it's very important to understand why such geniuses could make the wrong assumption about the future of human-machine relations. And I think one of the psychological mistakes, actually there were two of them, but we'll start with the first one, is they had no access to massive computing power. So they have been operating with such a meager computing power, so they knew that chess was technically, mathematically infinite. According to Claude Shannon, the number of legal moves in the game of chess was an astronomical number of 10 to the 46 power, 46 zeros. That's quite a lot for any computer to get busy until the end of time. So that's why they made an automatic assumption that simple calculations will not make it. So machines will have to think like humans, to play like humans. So, and that's the mistake we make today, because somehow we think that, unless machines sort of follow our way of thinking, our path of making decisions, if they don't do it, it's no good. But machines do it in their own way. The airplanes are flying faster than any bird without flapping their wings. Deep Blue or other chess computers, they could beat strongest chess players. They could outperform us without outthinking us. So that brings us to another psychological mistake, that it's not about machines being perfect. It's not about machines solving the problem. It's about machines making fewer mistakes. That's very important to remember. It's about sort of better bottom line. It's about simply just avoiding mistakes that humans make. So since the belief was there that chess would be the ultimate test for the future intelligent machines, so there were many attempts to move forward with different type of chess computers. And my first experience of playing chess computers was in 1985 in June in Hamburg, just a few months before I won the World Championship. And for some of you, it's familiar scene of grandmaster going around facing a bunch of players, but this time they were not players, real players, they were computers. The 32 small chess playing devices. Again, maybe some of you still have it. So the pieces of antique. I see people of roughly my age in the audience, very few. So, and I faced 32 of them. 4 leading manufacturers of these devices, 8 models each, and surprise, surprise, I won all the games. Now, hello what? Seems machines are just, they're hunting me all the time. But surprise would be if I lost or even drew one game, because people thought machines were too weak. And when I look at this picture, so it reminds me of the golden age of human-machine relations, because look, machines were bulky and weak, and my stomach was flat and hair was strong. Now that was 1985. In 1997. I faced only one computer. That was IBM's Deep Blue. Now, for the sake of historical truths, I always remind people it was the rematch because I won the first one in Philadelphia in 1996. Just not to forget about it. But if we are looking for a watershed moment in these matches, I have to say that I would rather pick the first game in Philadelphia. As I said, I won the match. But I lost game 1, and then won 3 games, fought back, won 3 games, and won the match. But the very fact that machine could be the strongest chess player of a time in a normal game, when I say normal, 6 hours game under tournament conditions, that was already like a writing on the wall. The rest would be a matter of time. Also, I have to say that we already experienced by 1996-97, we are leading players, some painful defeats from smaller chess computers, chess engines, early chess engines, in so-called blitz, 5-minute chess, or rapid chess, 25-minute chess. And we, again, made another assumption, totally wrong, that if we play a long game, if we could play 6 hours, 7 hours, then we could, not just survive, but we could be superior. Wrong. Because machines also, could spend more time. And eventually, it's all about making fewer mistakes. And machines, proved to be a steady hand. Now, was it the beginning of AI? Absolutely not, because Deep Blue was as intelligent as your alarm clock. a $10 million a piece, expensive one. But still, it was not about intelligence. It was about, brute force. 200 million positions per second, record in 1997. Though, if you have a free chess app on your mobile device today, it's stronger than Deep Blue. So, and I'm not even talking about chess engines that you can download to your computer. Because today, the gap between the strongest chess engines and Magnus Carlsen, current world champion, is about the same as between Usain Bolt and Ferrari. So, the competition is over, and that's a classical cycle that we are facing all the time. So first, machines, they look weak, just totally helpless. Then, they can compete, but we're still superior. Then there is a window, a short window of competition where we can play, and nobody knows, just it's who will be on top. But eventually, machines prevail. By roughly year 2005, the competition was over, because after 1997, I still played a couple of more matches. They're not less publicized because there was no IBM PR machine behind it. I drew both matches with a German program, Israeli program, but it was clear. It's a one-way street. And since we're talking about human versus machine, so I thought it would be probably relevant just to remind about the old story. So it's the 19th century African-American folktale and also a song about a man called John Henry. So he was the railroad worker, huge, strong man, strongest among his peers, still driving man. And in the late 19th century, all across America, mostly actually, this is people worked at the railroad constructions, mostly immigrants and former slaves, and they were driving through the mountain of rock by using the steel spikes, huge hammers, and their muscles. And the legend goes that one day a salesman came by with a new invention, a steam-powered drill. It would be faster than any man. And of course, John Henry picked up this challenge. It was a bet. So the race was on. John Henry versus steam-powered, human versus machine. And, for cheering crowds, John Henry won. I think it's then and now, people always cheer up. They're always happy when machine lose. But I'm afraid that at the end, machine always win. So sadly, the story ends up as a tragedy, because after this tremendous victory, John Henry dies from the strain on his heart. And he dies famously with his hammer in his hand. I think this story, it's a first, reminder of this, of us humans seeing machines as evil, as a dangerous threat, as a job destroyer, something that could, tear our lives apart. And for the railroad workers, that was a real threat, because it could steal their jobs away. But now just imagine what kind of jobs they were doing. So we're just going through this mountain of rock, using these primitive instruments. So thousands and thousands of men died, from and traumas, and very few of them could bear this work for more than a couple of years. So the reason that machine could do this job, faster and safer, I guess, should give us reasons to celebrate. Yeah, people say, that's physical labor. It's nothing to do with what is happening nowadays. But as we could see in a few moments, the work, even in intellectual work, cognitive tasks, they could also be crushing and very repetitive. So again, this story echoes, what's happening now. And when people are just really concerned about the job losses and about the threats from intelligent machines to our livelihood, I'm telling them that it's not new. It's just, it's a historical cycle. So, and eventually, we to help us to do our work and to become more creative, because machines can do the repetitive tasks, the odd jobs, and we can be more human by unleashing our creativity. Yeah, and by the way, did I say that Deep Blue was not intelligent enough? Yeah, but actually it was intelligent enough that first to avoid the playing rematch against me, the next one. In my book I said that IBM made a good decision for business, but I was not happy because it was some sort of betrayal of science. But actually Deep Blue found a new job because I was looking for it, and now I found out it's making sushi in JFK Airport. In Terminal 5. Yeah. So it's almost a torture because I fly so often, you know, and I go through this terminal. I could see Deep Blue, you know. I love sushi, never ate there. But now, okay, going back to 1997. I lost the match, and I had to figure out what's next for me, for my game. And I was licking my wounds, I was ruminating, and all of a sudden I thought, wait a second, you cannot beat them, join them. So how about bringing together humans and machines? Human creativity, machines brute force, and machines memories. So next year, 1998, I came up with a concept that I called advanced chess. Human plus machine facing another human plus machine. I thought it could be a perfect test for, these combined qualities. What we found out over years and years practicing this, some people call freestyle chess because you can play in any combination. So basically open for cheating, using machines, other guys, and so it's an open-ended competition. But what's very important is that the most effective combination does not require the best human, the most of talent. It doesn't require a strongest and fastest machine, though it does not hurt. What is most important is a superior process. We found time and again that a weaker player with slower machine, older machine, could actually beat a stronger player with a faster machine if he or she had a superior process. It's about interface. So this is something about the future of human-machine relations. So we always have to, find our right spot. And machines could do more and more. So our territory in these relations could be shrinking, but still it was very important to understand what this machine needs for the specific task, and for us to compensate for machine's deficiencies. It sounds a little bit boring, and some say even insulting, but it's, again, that's the future, and it still could be a very creative opportunity for humans actually to decide how to shift what direction this enormous machine's power that keeps increasing every day. So to understand better, sometimes you need just to our role, and to understand this scientific process, so you have to look, outside of science. And it's one of my favorite quotes that comes from the world of art. It sounds like a paradox, but I can tell you, it's a piece of wisdom. Because at the end of the day, and Picasso as the great artist, he knew it, questions are a beginning. You just have to ask a question before you look for an answer. And can machines ask questions? Yes, they can. They just don't know what questions are relevant. So that's why I would not hurry just, burying, us, and just announcing that humanity redundant, because we still have the power, we still have the privilege of asking relevant questions. And as I said, it's an illusion that we are dealing, today with the challenges that we never met before, because intelligent works, the cognitive task. So many jobs in the 19th century and early 20th century were lost in agriculture. People moved from the countryside to the cities. Then there were era of manufacturing, and these many jobs have been lost as well. So now, what's the difference? Today the jobs at stake are coming, from people with college degrees and Twitter accounts. But at the end of the day, it's the same historical cycle. And we think that, if you are just do something, with writing or just pushing computer buttons, that's, intellectual and creative. Check the statistics. That's a McKinsey report about US job market. It's not about jobs, work activities. Work activities requiring median human creativity, 4%. And even emotional sensing, 29%. But 4% creativity, what does it tell you? That you have 96% of jobs that are like zombie jobs. They're dead. They just don't know it yet. So, I'm not telling it's good or bad. It's happening. So just, we should not, waste our time talking about spilled milk, what under the bridge. It's happening, and we should recognize that the challenge is not that machines, they're becoming more human. The problem is that for several generations, for a few decades, we have been increasingly doing work that is machine-like. So now, just we have to recognize it and just start, reorganizing ourselves. And again, it's not, it's not, again, something new, because here, they always evolve. I say that everything destroys something, but nothing destroys everything. So it's, it's a challenge for this generation. I'm 56. I guess the average age of this audience much younger. So it's for you to figure it out. But I'm happy to share my experience. So now we come to the important point I mentioned in the beginning. Why I'm not happy with artificial intelligence? Because I think it doesn't reflect properly the relations between human and machines. I strongly suggest we say it augmented, because it's about augmenting our senses as telescope. It hasn't replaced our vision, it augmented it. By the way, it's still very important how you use it. If you put it, just down to earth or just to the ground, you'll not see anything. You have to find the right direction. And often in history, the telescope prove theoretical calculations made in the studies. And we have a cycle that's you can call a typical one, that you start with brute force machines that follow human instructions. By the way, most of the computers today still, operate with this framework. Then you have smarter machines that partner with experts using superior processes. That's, form of advanced chess, and now you could see it everywhere, in medicine, in finance, so humans operating with machines. So the RPA business, it's growing really fast, so this is automation. Then the future is the operators guide groups of AI algorithms. It's just the beginning. I don't want to spend our precious time talking about sort of new programs like AlphaZero, developed by. It's about machines that can operate within humans' designed frameworks. Basically, moving from processing human-generated data to generating its own data, its own knowledge. It still, leaves humans with a very important task to create a framework. Because at the end of the day, machines today, they can succeed only in specialized areas, in what I call closed systems. The game of chess, the game of Go, Dota, StarCraft, Texas Hold'em poker, you name it. But they're all closed systems. So in open-ended systems, machines are quite helpless because they can never recognize the moment when they reach territory of diminishing returns. So it's a future, it's moving in this direction, and I would welcome this future. I think it's good that we have this opportunity. So just to move from the stage that we're today now, it's I would call it optimization to real transformation. Again, been used for anything now. It's just like a word strategy. It has been used and abused. So we should recognize that it's the true AI it's about to make its entry, and it's not something that we should be afraid of. By the way, speaking about future of humans and machines, so just go back and look at the early sci-fi genre, the famous books. So you go to the 50s and the 60s, and the stories were full of robots that are just making their way in our world, helping us, and they were moving. So it's quite an ironic, it's a paradox. So that's the early forecasts about the future were about robots that were moving but not being so smart. As a matter of fact, today we have exactly the reverse situation. The machines can think and outthink us, but without actually making any moves. So while machines are just solving very complex problems, but when you look at their ability to move physically, so they cannot even compete with a 2-year-old child. So it's Moravec paradox. That's the machines are good at what humans are not, and other way around. Again, it just tells us that our attempts to predict the future based on our anticipations of science development, yeah, they were not always successful. Again, that means that you should not worry and simply move forward. And now, when I hear that technology benefits young, as I said, I'm 56. My kids are much better than myself, just in doing this stuff. And you can see how it changes from generation to generation. The 90s, 2000, the first decade, and now the kids swiping their finger on the computer screen. So I could even see the difference between two of my kids. My daughter is 12 and a half. My son is turning 4. And a couple of months ago, he discovered his elder sister's old DVDs, cartoons. He was surprised. He was trying to find out what it is, maybe because he'd never seen them. So in his mind, it's just you don't need anything, just to use your computer. So it changes, but it's actually not necessarily bad news because it helps all the people that don't know how to code properly. So like myself, just an opportunity to actually use our expertise, because what these new machines will need, it's with voice recognition and with other features and functions that could help us to communicate with them with very easy interfaces. So it will require wisdom and knowledge. So we have plenty of that. And by the way, when I hear that people keep complaining about this new technology that is, it will not offer people in 50s and 60s a chance to succeed, I always tell them technology is the main reason why so many of us are still alive to complain about technology. It's amazing that as it's inevitable. It's in our mind. Yeah. We always look at the benefits, but we just don't recognize that nothing comes, separately. It's a package. And by the way, technology is agnostic. It's neither good or bad. It's not evil or inherently good. It's about us using this. It's a human's choice. And let's not forget that humans still have monopoly for evil. And that's why I'm always confused when I hear about debates about AI's ethics. Do you seriously believe you can have AI more ethical than its creator? So AI simply reflects our bias. And if AI shows bias in gender disparity or racial disparity, it's because we still have it in our society. So how about just fixing problems here, not complaining about the mirror? That's the easy way to distort the mirror. But we probably should look inside. So there's something else I wanted also to mention, because again, speaking about old people that are complaining. Though, by the way, I'm sure this is your parents and grandparents. They know how to use cell phones. I bet they never use computers, but they know how to use cell phones. My mother's 82, and she learned how to track my flights on the internet. So sometimes she tells me about the detours the plane made, and she was so worried. Do not see blind people. Now, AI is not just good for driverless cars, but it's also good for helping people to hear what the machine sees. So for deaf people, so it could help to actually to visualize the sounds. So imagine how much talent could join this job market. So it's people can walk. The robots can be operated by even brain impulses. So it's an evolution. I don't want to sound callous. I know that is the people, just that will be on the losing end. But I mean, speaking for instance about radiology, I hear it all the time. Oh, this is the machines are doing better and better job there in recognizing all forms of cancer and other diseases. So what will happen with these well-paid jobs? Yes, I agree. Some of them, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of these good jobs, they will go away. But what's happened at the other end? The cost goes down. More people can afford it. So for 1,000 jobs lost in America or in Germany, how many lives, maybe millions of lives, can be saved in Africa or Asia? So it's it's a balance. But it's, if we consider ourselves, you know, human race, humanity as one unit, so we always benefit. And you know, you hear it from someone, you know, who suffered the first defeat as a knowledge worker. So I know it was very painful. Going back to 1997, yes, it was an outburst. I was very unhappy, not because I lost the machine, because it was the first match I lost, period. But again, it's about how we use these lessons, how we move forward. And I just want to quickly summarize this thing. So it just goes through the cycles. The intelligent tech advances from weak toys to useful tools. And also, you know, processing the data. And machines will solve bigger and bigger problems. So humans still ask the questions and define success. Again, there's always a room for us to actually be sort of at the driving seat. Just, you know, imagine that you have a very, very powerful gun, and all you can do is to tune the, slightly change the direction of the bullet in the barrel. Barrel most likely will be 10 meters gap 1 mile away. So it seems that we do little, but the outcome can be really great if we know how to make this tune. So that's why do not be afraid, do not be ashamed, do not be confused by the sort of shrinking role of humans in this combination. Because at the end of the day, it's where we're heading for. So we will belong to the last few decimal places, but that's how we can make all the difference. And of course, that's important. So that's the smarter tools are more powerful and easier to use. That's why there's always a chance for all the people to get adjusted. So, and require less training and retraining. And by the way, I think the problem is not AIs taking over too fast. I think it's too slow. Because as I mentioned already, many jobs are already doomed. And if we protract agony, nothing, you know, helps these jobs to survive. But we are at a moment where we create new jobs, to create new industries, and also to generate more income to help those who left behind. And as I said, AI is augmented. I strongly suggest we gradually shift to this term, and we are not being replaced. We're being promoted. That's what I believe in. And since, you know, we all know that one of the greatest sources of this dystopian vision of the future is Hollywood, because all Hollywood movies created these images, dark images of the future. So I always want to actually fight back with the same images, saying that you could look at them from a different angle. So, do you find it encouraging? No, just it seems that people are terrified. Actually, I think it's by the way, it's if you look at from, you know, my angle of observation, so you will figure it out. It's good news. I mean, first movie 1984, The Terminator, is human versus machine, humans won. But the second and the third, if you look at these two movies, it's about humans plus old machines, though of course we know Arnold is old but not obsolete. So versus new machines, and human-machine combination won in both cases. Again, it's a stretch, I know it's a stretch, but still, it's an opportunity for us to actually recognize that human plus machine combination could offer us limitless opportunities. And by the way, the picture, you know, just in the corner, it's not a Photoshop, it's a real one. So I was in Arnold's office in March 2003. We played a game of chess. He was a big fan. He knew how to move the pieces, and he had chess as a mandatory lesson for his kids. So we played the game. I was smart enough not to win. It was a draw, and I guess it was so encouraging for him that 6 months later he ran for the governorship of California and won. But now it's a kind of a joke. But the next image, which is my absolute favorite one, that tells more about human Star Wars fans there. Now, of course, you remember the moment Han Solo is desperately trying to escape from Imperial Guard. And the only way is just to move his spaceship into the asteroid field. And you remember the C-3PO telling him in a squeaky voice, the chances of surviving in the asteroid field, anybody remember his number? 3,720 to 1. Did machine know the odds? Absolutely. The answer is never tell me the odds. Now, why it's important? Just jokes aside. Because they were both right. Machines knew the odds. The chances of the field were slim to none. But the human knew that there was no other option. What was the choice? Going back and being caught? From machine's perspective, being caught by Imperial Guard, tortured by Darth Vader to die in 10 hours is preferable than to die in 10 seconds being hit by an asteroid. Humans knew it was not an option. Machine was not in the position to evaluate this one, because this one had so much value against this 3,720. So that tells us that while machine knows the odds, it's still for us to make a final decision. And when people say, "Oh, it's a fantasy, it's a sci-fi," I can easily come up with tons of stories and just situations almost identical. I mean, just imagine, you have your wallet connected to your computer, and machine runs your finances. It knows everything, your salary, your bonuses, your mortgages, everything. And you are in a store, you're buying a gift, an expensive gift, and machine with Siri voice telling you, no, too expensive, running out of money. Machine knows the odds. Now, let me make a slight, alteration. You have your son or your daughter next to you, and it's a birthday gift. From machine's perspective, nothing changes. From your perspective, everything changes. By the way, it doesn't have to be a happy family. It could be a happy family, it could be a broken family, it could be weekend visitation. It's important that you make this decision, because sometimes knowing the odds doesn't give you sort of the right idea how to make the final decision. And just to summarize what I said is, I learned the hard way that fighting the machines quickly becomes a dead end. But I realized it in time to adjust and to learn instead how to work with them, how to use them as the increasingly powerful tools. Machines, they're getting just more and more powerful, and it's still for us to actually to decide how we collaborate with them. Old machines, they made us stronger by doing physical labor. They made us faster, capable of circling the globe and rocketing to the moon. Our new intelligent machines will make us smarter, capable of anything. So we need to be more ambitious. We need more ambitious projects. We need more exploration. We need more adventure. So that's why we need to look for new challenges. We need to push into the unknown. So we need to explore. And we should remember that future is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And we're still in control. We still can determine our fate. And if we believe in the bright future of the augmented intelligence, so we'll be more ambitious. We'll be more eager to ourselves with the new revolutionary technologies, as we always did in the past. Machines don't make us obsolete. They make our lives better. And let me say again, so we're not being replaced, we're being promoted. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. That was fabulous. Wonderful. So this is the time where Slido comes in, because you can ask the questions. So here's our first one, Gary. Do you think that in 5 years, the keynote speaker would or could be a computer?
No.
In a word.
No, again, we don't have much time to enter endless debate about creativity. But I always say that the reason machines cannot be creative, it's exactly because of their nature, because machines know the odds. And creativity means that you have to accept failure. You can fail. It's normal, so you can stumble. So machines are too perfect to deliver a creative keynote. Of course, they can deliver the keynote that is being designed for them. I have no problem with that, though I'm still not sure that they can walk the stage. So, as I did.
So that's a no. Okay, so next question. Do you think that there will be something that machines won't win, that they don't win, they can't win?
Look, I say this still, there's a big challenge with the physical movements. But also, again, I see not a shred of evidence, maybe many disagree, about so-called AGI. Again, machines are very good in specialized tasks, what I call closed systems. So far, I didn't see any indications that machines can operate in open-ended space the same way we do. So that's why, again, physical movements plus open-ended space, and that's why I believe there will be plenty of room for us to actually play a decisive role in the human-machine relations.
Okay. Is pattern recognition or pure intelligence and creativity?
Why do you separate these things? I think it's just, it's always nice to have the combination. So, I'm not sure that, the pattern recognition thing, is different from creativity, because you have to be creative to actually see many patterns and to connect them together. So, it just reminds me of the classical phrase, so, oh, he or she is not so talented, but they know how to work hard. I was always, so annoyed, because I believe that working hard is a talent. So that's why, just trying to actually separate things. It's actually working like a machine. So let's, just divide things. So this is compartmentalize them.
Yeah.
I think that's the human strength, is to look at the big picture. So that's where we are best at, and that's what, makes us indispensable.
Okay. So you mentioned the human versus machine paradox. What do you think about Boston Dynamics robots?
Oh, it's a nice show. So as I've watched many of these things, it's nice. Now just put them in the surface that they were not trained on. So it's all nice. Again, they can make slow progress, and I think that is just, maybe there will be some limited progress in the next 5 or 10 years. But if you compare this progress with the progress of machines, that in cognitive tasks, you will see the difference. So again, most of the things are just shows, and I see no practical applications so far.
Okay. So what are your thoughts about data privacy and the ability to manipulate people's decisions?
Look, for the last 3 years, I've been working with Avast Software as their security ambassador. So I did many presentations on cybersecurity and data privacy. I have blogs, if you are interested. So I had more than 20 essays written about data privacy and cybersecurity. And okay, bottom line is, if we generate data, somebody will collect it. I'm always confused when people buy Alexa and then complain about their privacy. Look, again, we are entering the world where we make conscious choices, so that we would like tools of convenience, whether it's Alexa, whether it's a facial recognition app and other things, but they all generate data. And data just doesn't, float in a vacuum. So sometimes I imagine, you have this old, grudging KGB guys sitting saying, we had to spend, our lives sneaking in people's apartments to put this, dropping equipment, and now people buy them and put them in their homes. So it's not about, it's not about saving your data and just, keeping it for your own. I think it's impossible. The question is, who controls the data and how can you influence these people, these organizations? And there's big difference between Google data collection and KGB data collection. In the former one means you can get unwanted advertising and, potentially, just your data can be used for some political machinations. Now, in the latter, like in Russia, in China, in Turkey, in Iran, it could be a matter of life and death. So I think that the legislations in the free world are still, are just doing very little to control these giant corporations and actually putting enough pressure to them to protect our data. So I have a lot of questions about, the Facebook business model, and I said in 2015 that their business model was a honeypot.
Okay, you're all out of jobs.
I think I couldn't find sort of a better note to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. Let's give him a clap. Okay, take it off. Thank you. How amazing was that? Absolutely fabulous. Okay, so what a start. We are Developers World Congress 2019 has surely begun. People, code, future. Speaker is well known in Germany. She entered the world of politics at 14 and raised through the ranks of the Christian Social Union Party. Not only is she a party executive committee member, but she has successfully run for office, held position as the Deputy Secretary, General Secretary, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, and is currently the Minister of State at the Federal Chancellery, as well, she's busy, as well as the Federal Government Commissioner for Digitalization. Her motto, politics with heart. Please give a warm welcome to Dorothy Baer. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the ones who stayed. I just came back from Canada, and when my colleague and I entered the stage in Canada, it was a big hall like that, and no one was in. But we had fun too, and it's very impressive. If any one of you wants to come up and see this audience, it really looks amazing. And I'm grateful that I took the right choice. I had the chance of speaking in front of the parliament this morning, or to be here. And here are way more people. And if I would have spoken in the parliament, the audience is normally screaming, yelling. And they told me that you are the ones who are behaving. So let's see if it's right. So thank you very much for inviting me into this conference. And I'm very happy that the first time it takes place in Germany, especially welcome you to Berlin, because for us in Germany, Berlin is a great hub for everything new, for everything exciting, and for everything digital. So maybe everything digital sums up the theme of our daily lives these days quite well. What isn't digital already is likely to be transformed very soon. So for me, it's always hard each day to tell my colleagues that it's not going to happen in some distant future. It's already in full swing. And all of you know that, but I think unfortunately not everyone out there knows that our technological developments are happening so rapidly, and they have changed our ways to inform, to communicate, and how we consume. And so maybe if I could have a wish, I would really like sometimes that you are going to help us a little bit by communicating more. I'm saying something about that later. Yeah, the way how we communicate, even some parties realized that the other week that it's changing. And in our highly digitized economy, the digitization no longer only affects traditional IT companies, but companies, all industry and sectors, and a very big surprise, even the government and even our administration. So we have new businesses, we have adapted business models, cars are shared via apps, languages are learned online, music is being streamed, 3D machine parts, and the politics is often not fast enough to keep up. So it's very important to keep up not only in technical issues, but to get a socially acceptable and in line with our fundamental values is always a very challenging task. What was interesting for me when I took office 15 months ago, that how often I have been pitied the last 15 months. Pitied by whom? Pitied by leaders from autocratic states, pitied to live in a democracy. Pitied because they always tell you we are too slow, we are very inefficient. And so to tell everyone that a democracy is a value by its own, we need digital excellence in order to be relevant and set the rules of the game in the digitized era. Achieving digital excellence, this task could not be handled without people like you, because for us, developers are the surgeons of the digital world. You are the ones who actually translate our old ways into new digital and more efficient and convenient ways. And that's what I meant at the beginning. Maybe you could communicate a little more, because I always hear that developers, they love it to be amongst each other. That's great, but maybe you could help us, or maybe you could even run for an office, because I would think it's important that developers are running for parliaments, maybe even getting ministers, not only on a federal level, but maybe on the European level, because sometimes people who are there talking about the digital age sometimes don't know what they are talking about. So you are the ones who are able to look behind the front end and understand the nervous system of our current and future days. You help us reap the benefits of digitization, because digital change needs to be harnessed, and as a leading economic nation with a vital industrial core, an excellently positioned middle class and many clever, innovative minds, Germany offers the best prerequisites for a successful digitized economy. It must be our demand to be a top spot for the tech scene. So we really want to play Champions League there. And I was happy about the study Decoding Digital Talent by the Boston Consulting Group. They have asked 27,000 digital talents from 180 nations about the most attractive job markets in the world. And Germany was ranked on number 2, just behind the United States. I'm not talking about other studies, but this study especially showed up not only Germany is attractive, but Berlin is very attractive too. And we really want to make it possible that a lot of your talent is coming to Germany. That's why we just in this week initiated the Skilled Immigration Act to create the framework for targeted and increased immigration by qualified skilled workers from countries outside the EU. And with IT specialists, we even make an exception. So IT specialists will not need a quality vocational training, but 3 years of professional experience will suffice to come and work to Germany. And this is a very important element, that realizing that tech is different, tech skills are way more fluid than grades and degrees. That has to be a big mind change in Germany, the country in the world where grades and degrees count more than anywhere else. And so it's needless to say, we also need to train our own people and students. This is another chapter that would require an entire speech, but let me tell you, that is one of my top priorities, even though it's not that easy in Germany, because we have 16 Bundesländer and they all do what they want, but not enough in my opinion. How can we develop a great market. It's harder for us in Germany or in the European Union because, of course, the digital companies in the USA and in China have the main advantage of large domestic markets. Even the same speaking markets, that's a big advantage, so they can grow very quickly and then rise to global success. In Europe, companies are often confronted with different regulations depending on the member states, and that's a situation that hampers growth. So in order to enable startups to quickly scale up, we really need the digital single market in the European Union. And in addition to the diversity of regulation in Europe, our startups often face competitors that are bound by less strict rules. You may also want to call this, you have other countries who are really working on a strategic under-regulation, so it's way easier to try out things first without having to comply with a flood of regulations and requirements. That's why we also want to give companies greater freedom to test new technologies by setting up experimental clauses. And when we get mail or a letter, mostly people write where we don't have a law, so they write you, there is a law missing, but we don't get so many messages where people say there is too much regulation, there are too many laws, so maybe you can help us on that too. So that's why we hope to give founders more room to breathe, especially in the early stages, that they really are happy to found, and that we support those who have the courage to take risks, because risk is something normally Germans don't like either. And in order to do so, we also need more investors in the German venture capital market to ensure that the good ideas and innovative business models that are developed in Germany every day can also grow here and not only in other states around the world. So we invested a total of 4.6 billion euros in young technology companies. On the one side, it sounds great, but when you see that the VC market in other countries is growing faster, we have to keep up on this too. We have done a lot in recent years to further improve financing opportunities. So we set off new venture debt funding programs for this critical stage. And of course, we must continue our work to attract more private investors for growth financing of young companies. So, ladies and gentlemen, the We Are Developers World Congress shows how diverse and exciting your community is, and even better, how much you are willing to connect. But like I said, maybe not only connecting with each other, maybe connecting with the civil society, with the politicians all around the world to get a better understanding for each other. We invited some developers last year to be part in the German government for a few weeks and to develop for some of our ministries new programs, new apps, and new websites. And it was very amazing because on the one side the developers said, okay, the German government, especially the ones who are working in there, they are not as bad as we thought. And on the other side, the ones who are working for the government, they said, okay, it was not as crazy as expected. And so the program continues this year, and we double the persons who are helping the time, who they are going to be here, and maybe we can get a better understanding all together. That would be really great. So we have a digital hub initiative where we would be really glad if you could be part of that, with different hubs with industry-specific expertise and thematic focuses. For example, in healthcare or in cars or in other groundbreaking innovations. So you can be sure that your skills will ensure that this history will be continued, carried even in Germany in a very digital age. And when Garry Kasparov was asked could be the last work someone is going to do, I'm not sure if developers is the right answer. Maybe it is, but I was very happy that he didn't say politicians. So maybe when he was asked if the next speech is held by a robotic, that could be very interesting too. We had last year a speech where the chancellor was talking to a roboter and she was interviewed by a roboter. Last year the chancellor still won, and I think we have to work on it, that it's being that way, and maybe you are working on it, that one day she is not winning anymore. We will see who is going to win the battle. Now I wish you great days here in Berlin. I really hope that you enjoy it. The weather is great, although they told me it's going to be not as great anymore in the afternoon, but enjoy Berlin. And if you are living here, please stay. And if you are not living here, please move to us. We would be really happy to be your country of choice or your city of choice. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, that's my pleasure. Okay, thank you to the Minister for digitization. All right, so we are at that time where we have a bit of a break. But before you go, let me just let you know that the simultaneous chess game with Garry Kasparov is going to happen today at 2:30. So the I can't say it now. The chess game with Garry is going to happen at 2:30. So make sure that you are in the expo area down there if you want to actually be involved. Here, come back just before 11, maybe a couple of minutes before, so we're ready for the next session. See you soon.
It's a nice mixture of people, right? And everybody still vibes in, you know what I mean? Like they're still craving for that, you know what I mean, style of original music. Right, listen. Time to turn on the page for the next chapter.
to it. Welcome back. Good to see you. I know there is so much choice. It's like, where do you go? It's like being in a candy shop. But thank you so much for coming back. So, Volkswagen evokes a number of things for us, right? And a number of expectations in us. Our next speaker joined the company after 10 years of working at Porsche. His current role as the head of Volkswagen Group IT software development provides an opportunity for him to not just manage, but also get his hands dirty, working on and building up the technical software capabilities for the Volkswagen Group. He has a phrase to live by. I've asked all the speakers for their phrase to live by. His phrase to live by is KKM. Bear with me. Klaret, Mut, Mushliket. I might try that again. I get the first two and the last one kills me. I'm going to do it again. Right, ready? Klaret, Mut, Mushliket. Better? All the Germans are going, what the hell is she saying? Okay, he'll explain it anyway. And now he's going to be joined by a man whose career took off after sending a thank you note when he finished a job at a software vendor. And he learned early that small actions can kick off big events. And he is now passionate about shaping the impact of culture and communications on technology teams in his work for Amazon Web Services Global Accounts team. His one phrase to live by is, how does this benefit the customer? So, please join me in welcoming to the stage Volkswagen's Peter Garzella and AWS's Niels Hoyer.
Thank you very much. So, welcome from our side. My name is Peter. You heard a lot of me about Klarheit, Mut und Menschlichkeit. So to straighten that out. And what we're going to talk today about is, before we start, I don't know if John is already there. He made my life. When I was really young, I really enjoyed computer games, and I don't know how many hours I spent with playing Doom. And I'm going to spend a couple of hours with the last release of him on the 5th episode of Doom. I don't know if who of you guys know that. Today, we're going to focus a little bit on two topics of this event. We're going to talk about, on the one side, about the coding society we set up at Volkswagen. And on the other side, and thanks, Niels, for joining us here. We're talking about a little bit controlling complexity on what we are doing, what our approach is going to look like, and how we're going to make things a little bit more efficient than we're doing them today. So let's start with the coding society and where we came from. Why coding society is so important to us, we didn't know in the past, but I want to tell you a little bit about where we came from. So I'm going to take you on a journey, what we as Volkswagen had to do to get back coding experience and coding capabilities to our company. Because you got to know that a lot of our stuff just was bought. We didn't do it on our own. We didn't code ourselves. So we had to change something, and I'm going to talk later a little bit about that. So first question, I'm going to do some stupid hand-raising questions. So who of you knows Volkswagen? Good. Who of you now thinks of a car? Like that one car? Well, okay. Basically, you're right. But if I talk about Volkswagen, I talk about a group of brands. And this is what Volkswagen really is. It's 12 brands from commercial vehicles sitting in the middle, from passenger cars to trucks and even a motorcycle company. So if we talk about bringing back a coding society to Volkswagen, we talk about an organizational complexity of 12 brands and of a lot of people. I just brought you 3 numbers. So for Volkswagen, they're worldwide are working over 600,000 people. We have 122 plants where we produce our cars and where manufacturing happens. And the third number I brought you is, if we talk about IT in that coding society environment, then we talk about in-group IT of about 2,000 to 2,300 people. And overall in the group, if you look at the 12 brands you saw before, we talk about 8,000 to 9,000 people working in IT. So when you try to build up a coding society and you come from a standpoint where you outsource a lot of the activities and you outsource a lot of software, and you have, on the other hand, a lot of complexity, you can imagine it was, how can I say that? It was a very tiny path we could take on really working again and changing things. So who expected that with the 12 brands, and who was aware of what Volkswagen really is? Oh, I didn't expect that. Damn it. Good. So to me, it's important that you know when I talk about where we came from. In Group IT, we started an initiative which was called Back to Tech, and we started thinking of what we can do. And again, where we came from, this is bare metal, right? We come from welding, we come from pressing, we come from assembling an engine and putting it in there. It's almost no software, right? So we had we are still a very product-focused company, and we have to expand that. So with all the happenings around us, like companies pushing on the market and offering mobility without having any hardware product, and you all know that I'm talking about Uber and companies who offer mobility as a digital service, then we totally are sure that we have to change. So our road is going to go towards a software-driven, being a software-driven car, or getting a software-driven car manufacturer and a software-driven mobility provider. And there is a funny story I told Niels before, and I think it's a good point to tell it on stage also. I remember very good on the CeBIT in 2014, Martin Hoffman and me, we were talking about, or actually he was asking me, Peter, we got to do something different. And I was like, yes, we got to do something different. And he said, what were you going to do different? And I said, I don't know. So basically that really was the starting point of making up our mind what we should do and what we can do. Because we just had a few people left who know how to code. We just had a few people left who really are in the processes and were capable of writing code. So it's a combination of everything. So it's a combination of having the organizational complexity, having our products, having a small rest of people who can still work on code. And basically, we had to start from scratch. And I'm going to show you a picture how we really started. And I told you we are a 600,000 human being company, and we had to bring a startup feeling back into our company because we had to discover what we can do about bringing back software capabilities from a developing it on our own perspective back to our company. And this is really how we started. We started in 2016, a so-called digital lab in Berlin. And the main difference we saw from a lab's perspective, where you just try and evaluate things, our first day goal was to write productive software for our customers. And I tell you a little bit later, I think we did pretty good on that. We were seeking out for a partner. Pivotal supported us in 2016 because we really, even I had to learn. So I have a software background, but there was ages in between where I was doing architecture management for Porsche, where I was doing architecture management for Volkswagen, and Niels is doing architecture management for AWS. So, but there is a difference. So if I look at Niels, he's going to be really in a tech business. If you do architecture management for a company like Volkswagen, it's more like planning, governing, looking that the standards are kept. It's not like getting new technologies in there. So, and we wanted to change also that. We got to go back to tech and back to capabilities of really doing things on our own. What Pivotal taught us those days, or back those days in 2016, is structure your work and concentrate on getting better and better and better. And we started with a small team of 6 people, and basically a day looks like pretty same every day when we write code. We start together a day, we start together with a stand-up. We are going to go in the teams, have our team stand-ups. We're going to start developing our code in pairs. We're going to work together for the upcoming hours. We write test-driven code. We do an extreme programming approach. And as normal, if you write productive code and if you write products, you do it together with your customer, and you do an iteration planning on it, and you make sure that you fit your customer needs. So, and basically, we established that over the last 2.5 years and extended it for sure. And our biggest learning was, while we were doing that, at first, for sure, we concentrated on really doing and writing the code and getting better and better and writing more high-quality code. But the more people we became, the more important it was for us not to just look on our output, but also look on our environment we were offering to our people, right? So it's not just about the way you build product, and it's not just of being a little bit agile. It's really about forming a culture and offering people a place to work where they love to work. And this is really something we are trying the following for the last 2.5 years. And I brought you a little video which explains even better what I just was talking about, how we're going to do things a day. And this is a new office we set up last year in Lisbon, and enjoy it.
Hi, Anna.
Hey, bom dia. Good morning in Portuguese.
Could you walk me in?
Yeah, for sure.
Anna, how do you feel today?
Pretty good. I always wake up in a good mood to come here to work. Every day is a new day.
Could you describe the lab in one word?
That one is a good one. Maybe unique? Guys, I have work to do. Let's find out Leo and Luis.
Hey!
Hey!
Is the coffee better in Lisbon?
Oh, yes, it is.
What will you be working on today?
So today I will be pairing here with Leo. We will be implementing a new feature for the vehicle connectivity framework, which will allow a car owner to remotely lock and unlock its car.
That sounds challenging.
Yes, it is, but working together really makes it easier.
Hey, guys, sorry, I gotta go to work, so Keep it up. Oh, sorry.
Who's telling you what to do?
It's the team. Every day we have a stand-up and we decide as a whole what to do. By the way, have you met my colleagues, Tiago and Francisco?
Hey, what's going on here?
We're pairing. Francisco is teaching me the technique, so we take it back to the lab in Lisbon.
And why are you doing it this way?
Because we truly believe this is a better way to develop software while discussing different approaches and also preventing knowledge silos.
And one more question, where's this guy here, Bruno? Excuse me, why aren't you coding?
Because we are having a one-on-one. Feedback is essential in our culture, and it allows us to continuously improve.
Bruno, you were the first guy from the Portugal team joining the Berlin lab. What was your first impression?
I was completely amazed. The only thing in common with my previous jobs is that I read code.
What do you guys bring back to Lisbon?
Well, besides all the techniques and practices we learn, we also want to take back this feeling of belonging, this culture, this spirit, and the sharing.
Yeah, completely agree. In the end of the day, it's all about the user and writing the greatest software in the coolest way possible.
Any interestings?
I have one. We are not only a team, we are a great team. And I want to thank you all from Digital Lab for sharing, caring, and teaching.
Hey, bom dia. This is the Digital Lab Lisbon. See you folks later. We've got work to do.
Follow me, I'll show you around.
Hi, this is my first month back in Lisbon, and I'm thrilled to share my Berlin expressions and what we have learned.
I arrived 5 weeks ago, and now we are building our place up, and it's so exciting. And for this, even the XP methodology is really awesome, even for the team spirit.
Yes, it was something completely new to me, but everything just makes sense and the collaboration is really awesome. And hey, you need to check out the rest of the office. Cassie!
Hurry up, there's a lot more to explore.
Hey folks, it's crazy how many job applications we're getting right now. Stefan, what do you reckon? 1,200 so far?
Yeah, that's about it. So we're in fact a team of 20 people by now. And Lisbon is an amazing place to hire great talents and to work with people from all over the world.
I'll show you the rest.
Could you imagine that Volkswagen would look like this? I never expected it, to be honest.
Our mission is to show people this new Volkswagen and to find more colleagues to build outstanding products with passion.
Remember, the coffee is better in Lisbon. Man, I love this city.
Great transition, Stefan. Thank you. We'd like to thank everyone who's helping us build this place.
So special thanks go out to the members of the City of Lisbon, our wonderful colleagues from Volkswagen Group Services, and of course to all our supporters back in the headquarters in Wolfsburg. Cheers.
And remember, sky is the limit!
The good part of that, representing on all the work we are doing, is it's really being proud of not getting the honor for all that was built up on myself. But the funny thing on that is or to me, the really emotional part on that is what we're trying to do is when we set up offices all over the world, and this is where we are today, growing from a team size of 3 to now over 450 software developers writing really productive code, is that we're trying to run our offices with their own DNA, and we bring people together to form those offices, like you saw in Lisbon. We will have a frame of where they're working, but I think the most fun part to work together with those guys is that they build their small coding society in a bigger society, and that's one of our most important things, to really put all the effort into our products to satisfy our customers. And this to me really makes, that if I see that after those 2 years, that really makes me happy. So we're constantly growing, and we for sure want to grow. But the most important thing to me is, while we are growing, we always have to look on our culture. And I don't want to freeze our culture. I want to extend our culture by every single office we are opening. I want to keep up the empathy in those offices, between the people and between the offices. And for sure, and this is my personal thing, which I tell everybody, and to take it with himself, if you do and run something like that, do it with humbleness and do it with respect. I think this is one of the best engines how to get something done. And this is my biggest driver to keep those 3 things up in all the software development we are doing in the future. And I'm really looking forward to it. All right. So that was a little experience or impression on how we are forming our software society or coding society within the Volkswagen Group. And we just have 20 minutes left. We're totally in time. We talk a little bit now of controlling complexity. I was talking a little bit about complexity when we were showing the organizational part. Let me take you a little bit towards, when you look at the manufacturing part, when you look at the hardware products, and when you look at the software we are trying to create. You always have a business, right? And the complexity doesn't just come from the product and the software itself, it also comes from your environment. So you have cost, quality, and time with every freaking project you're going to build or product you're going to build. Then you have the user. The user itself is a driver for complexity because he wants to have speed, because he wants to have functions and features, and he wants to have a great user experience. If that is not there, your product isn't probably worth anything. And then you have for sure technology, and you want to build on, and Niels is there, stability, scalability, and availability. I'll talk a little bit about what that means to us. And if you combine all that, if we look at software products we are building, we always try to mitigate risks on that combination of complexity of our software products. And if we talk about reducing complexity, and this is a slide I was showing at the AWS reInvent in December, what we actually got managed with the help of AWS, because all the software we are creating is based on a platform which is called Volkswagen Web Services. We set that up on AWS, and what we realized there, or what we created there, is an entry point for our devs. They can pull there all kind of services they need to just let their code run. So from minute 1, you are productive, and you don't have to hesitate about any infrastructure as code or any physical infrastructure overall. What we were able to manage is that we, and all of you know who write software, there is more and more laws and regulations coming down the drain. If you look in the specific countries, you have to consider things like data governance and data protection laws. So we had to roll our platform availability, or we have to expand our platform availability to all the different regions in the world, and we are now live in 6 regions. There should have been a talk on the AWS as a best practice in Shanghai. Probably we can redo that some later on technical details of the platform. But also that was, besides the software learning creation itself, and besides building customer software also created, that we created a platform for the convenience of our developers so that they can ship their code without hesitating about any infrastructure environment. And my last word on that, by having all that, my biggest learning in controlling complexity also is put it down on what's really needed. Focus on the customer, figure out what the customer really needs, and it doesn't matter if the customer is a developer itself or it's an end customer. You write software for a specific purpose, and if it doesn't fit the purpose, throw it away. Don't waste time on doing worthless things. All right, so let's go a little bit more in what's coming next in controlling complexity. Niels is here. I have a video for you. We're building up, actually next week there is an opening in Dresden. We are building up a software development center there. And this is going to be for digital production. And what we are doing there is we will help digitize our production environment with a digital production platform. We do things like checking if the glue on a chassis is put right on that chassis by using image recognition, ML and AI. What's beneficial to Volkswagen on that is if there is a mistake, we don't have to rework on the car. We can do it directly on the assembly line. We also do in Dresden research together with the universities. We're researching on 5G stuff. And for sure, our focus will be on machine-to-machine communication, where 5G as a technology is one of the best technologies you can imagine if you look towards latency and stuff like that. And for sure, and this is why Niels is here, we're going to build that whole thing up on AWS. And Volkswagen and AWS, we announced a partnership a couple of weeks ago where we're going to build the first production platform for logistics and production as a joint approach together. And what you see here is, all of you know, if it comes to logistics, there are some barcodes have to be scanned. We're trying to do that with high-resolution cameras. And how this is going to get done and how we're going to work on that, I would like to introduce Niels, and he's going to tell you a little bit about how AWS and we are going to work together.
Thank you, Peter. So I grew up in a small town near Wolfsburg in northern Germany. And just to remind you, Wolfsburg is not only the city where Volkswagen is headquartered, it's also home to the largest manufacturing plant on the planet. So growing up, it was just natural that a lot of the people I went to school with would go on and work for Volkswagen. And my parents would have very much liked it for me to do the same. It's a good job, close to home. So I did what every self-respecting teenager needs to do at one point. I rebelled and said, no, I don't want to build cars. I want to go see the world. I want to do something with computers. And Mom, I really need to work on my music. You don't just understand me. So that's what I did. And while I had the privilege of working for some great technology companies, in my current role as a solutions architect at Amazon Web Services, I have the absolute privilege of working with a customer that is on the bleeding edge of a lot of things I get excited about at work, like industrial IoT or large-scale cloud infrastructures. And that customer, as you might have guessed it, is the Volkswagen Group. So the point I'm trying to make is, one, listen to your parents. They're often right. But two, if you're a software developer, an IT architect, a DevOps person, the automotive industry is currently one of the most exciting places to be if you work in IT. It's an industry, as Peter said, that's rapidly changing, driven by external and internal factors. So a lot of these systems that are being built today, like the digital production platform that Volkswagen and Amazon are building together, will shape the future of mobility. So not only do you get to work with the latest and greatest in cloud computing technology, you hopefully get to work on something that will have a positive impact on our society. But if we look at these two companies, on the outside they're seemingly very different from each other. But as we work together in our joint new projects, every side brings their areas of expertise to the table. Volkswagen with their manufacturing chops, their decades of experience in building cars and mobility solutions, and AWS with our cloud computing platform and a background in logistics. But one thing we agreed on as we embarked on a new journey together is that we're going to use the peculiar way that we foster at Amazon to drive innovation and build new services. And to give you an idea what's behind that, let me just touch on a few examples of that, how we work. One, and Peter mentioned that already, we work backwards from the customer. We work backwards from what's the expected outcome. It might sound a bit trivial, but it's a fundamental aspect of how we work together. Because people can get behind the why, the vision. It needs to be something tangible that people understand. That's what's called a vision. It's something you can see, it's something you can imagine. So the first thing that gets written, even before we start any project, even before it gets approved, is a press release, an internal press release that's written in the way as if we were to launch our new product or new service today. And what that gives everyone is an idea of what we're working towards. Second part is you write a list or you write a document of frequently asked questions that a customer would have around this service that we're building. And again, this allows you to find gaps in your thinking and make sure that what we're building is actually something that is relevant to the customer and tied back to that original goal, that original vision. And sometimes we even go so far as to write user manuals, documentation, again, any time before the service starts getting built. So to give you an example of that, it's my favorite one, because people can get behind the why. Even if you don't have the context of this sentence, you know that that speech that Martin Luther King gave 56 years ago, what his vision, what his dream was. Like, I have a dream that one day in the Red Hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream. You don't remember him for his I have a plan speech, where he outlines the details on how to get there in minute detail, because the what is going to look different for everyone involved. But you need to have that long-term thinking. You need to know what you're working towards. As our founder and CEO, Jeff Bezos, likes to say, you have to be stubborn on the vision, but flexible on the details. The second part is, while we do use PowerPoint at Amazon, we don't use PowerPoint as part of the decision-making process. Instead, you are asked to write a long-form narrative, a one-page or six-page document that outlines in detail with some thinking put into it what you want to build and the decisions that you need to make to get there. Because if you need to sit down and articulate your plans in a long-form document, you have to be very, very thoughtful around what you're going to build, instead of just throwing a few bullet points on a PowerPoint and winging away through a presentation and try to get buy-in from that. And finally, it's around the way how we organize ourselves. At Amazon, we have this notion, and now together with Volkswagen, this notion of a two-pizza team, meaning no team should be bigger than what can be fed with two large family-sized pizzas. And while you might probably thinking like 3 people, it's more around 8 to 10 on average. Because as teams grow beyond 10 people, the friction in communication just becomes detrimental to a team's performance. So these teams are organized around the services that they're building and running, and not organized around roles, etc. So this allows these two pizza teams to be very autonomous, make decisions on how to build and run their services and products by themselves, and move forward very quickly on their own release cycles. And with that, I'm just going to hand it back to Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, Niels. Well, before coming to the question and answers part, there is a help statement. Tell us who and how we are. And I think we started last year with coming to the VR developers. It's really my begging to you, come back, stay what the VR developers are, and help software development stay what it made out of our company. And I'm going to show you a little bit a picture at the end of where we came from with the team of people who run those offices. And this is really, we all have a career at Volkswagen, right? And this is how they looked before, right? So, and it's really, to me, to somebody who's 20 years now in automotive, we really feel free, and we can be ourselves, and we can do what we learned. And it's just possible because there are people like you supporting that with their heart, with their brain, with their empathy, and with their humbleness. And basically, visit us at our booth, talk to us, and thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. OK, so come with me, because I'm sure we have some questions for you.
I'm coming.
You can come on. Come on.
She's strict.
OK, so we've got a few. So at your Berlin Dev Hub, what's the ratio of developers to semi-tech staff? So, for example, testers, product owners, PM, documentation, researchers, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I said I'm going to talk a little bit about how product teams are staffed. So basically, a product team, it's like what Niels also said on the two pizza size. We do it a little different. We have two dev pairs, a designer pair, and a PM pair. Probably sometimes the PM is on its own. And then we have a product owner from the business department who's joining us. And basically, the ratio is we also have office ambassadors who are representing the offices to the outside world. But I would say it's a ratio 1 to 9. So we have 9 tech people, and we have
1
non-tech people.
Lovely, thank you.
Am I right?
Okay, so can you give us some examples of software features that Volkswagen is building?
Yes. First of all, the DPP we're building together with Amazon, right? So there is nothing yet we can talk about because sometimes at huge companies you got to do a plan, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if you look at the new ID family, for example, if you log in for the new electric vehicle, and if you want to sign up for a new electric vehicle, the sign up, it was built in the Berlin office. It's the identity, and so we're building end customer software. We're building functions for mobility. We also build software for our group services who support finance, HR, production, logistics, and stuff like that.
Okay, great. All right, so how will Volkswagen deal with the shift to autonomous cars?
Oh my God, that's a hard one. It has to be magic. No. First of all, what you got to know is it's from a technology standpoint. I think we're on a good track to realize an autonomous car. But there are so many, and to me, this is my personal answer, right? Because there are so many political and law issues which have to be solved before you talk about autonomous cars. But the biggest question to me personally is, how do we handle ethics in there? How do we make and enable cars making decisions, right? And this is going to be a huge question. So I probably answer a question with a question. We're on our way, and we are learning on that way. And it will come for sure, but there is not a 100% approach of how that all is going to get fixed because there are so many unknown things.
Yeah, we're all still learning.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So somebody is asking us, do you hire remote developers? Clearly somebody vying for a job in the audience.
No, we hire not remote developers.
Okay.
Because not nowadays, because we have a very common frame in our offices we are running. We are thinking of a different methodology, probably then, but not now.
Not now, okay. And let's go with a final question. I like this, it's so familiar. Which stacks do you guys use? So which stacks do you use?
So let's talk about how we handle projects, right? There is a normal tracker. If you talk about development stacks, the VWS, so our platform, it has 7 build packs in it. We have a Go pack in there. We have a Java build pack in there. It's a C build pack in there. So we almost use everything, but it has to run on our platform. Right. Then Concourse is a pretty much as-is standard to deploy our software, and that's basically it.
And there you have it. So we're going to give it 1 more minute.
All right.
1 more minute, 1 more question.
All right.
You ready for it?
Sure.
All right. So would you recommend? Pardon?
Fire at will.
There you go. So would you recommend coding in pairs for a smaller mid-sized team? I suppose you have to work out what a smaller mid-sized team
Okay.
is.
Now there is a statement, and I don't see software development as a religion. Right? So pairing is a tool, right? And you got to figure out if the tool fits your needs.
Right.
If you want to smash a nail into a wall, you probably take a hammer instead of a screwdriver, right?
Right.
So and this is the philosophy we're following. Let's not try to take everything on everything.
Okay, thank you so much. So we've just heard from Peter and Niels. Please give them a warm clap. Thank you for everything they've done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I hope that was good learning for you. We now have a very short break. Please be back here at 10 to 11. So that's 10 to 11, and we will be, 10 to 12. 10 to 12, and we'll be raring to go with our next speaker. See you in a moment. back. So, our next guest is a prolific German-based entrepreneur and investor who founded Spreadsheet, Team Europe, Delivery Hero, Point 9 Capital, and many more. He's presently working on unlocking the Z-axis for individual transportation for micro, mid, and aerial mobility. His focus is on delivering a better future via the next generation of mobility. Needless to say, he is a little bit busy. So here's one phrase to live by: do it. He'll be joined by Thomas Bahem, who is the founder of Code University. So please welcome to the stage Lukasz Gadowski and Thomas Bahem. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the nice introduction and thank you guys for being here. Like, I'm wondering who we are competing with, because I actually were very much looking forward to have Lukasz on stage today, because to me he really is one of the legends of the German startup scene. He was one of the most important people starting up this whole ecosystem for startups and entrepreneurs we have here in Berlin these days. And since, like, as we heard already, he also was deeply involved in co-founding some of the most successful German startups. So I guess we can learn a lot from him, not only about entrepreneurship and building startups, but also about how Berlin became what it is today, and about his current projects and the technology involved there. So thank you for being here again, Lukasz.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So let me perhaps, like we heard it quickly in the introduction, but I want to look again at all the successes and startups you've been working at and working for. And it basically all started with Spreadshirt, like a company that helps you to customize T-shirts and many other products these days and sell them online. But like after that, I think you also did a very interesting thing that many, especially German people in the audience, might know, and that is you built up Gründerszene. And Gründerszene is the biggest and the most important, definitely, like online magazine about entrepreneurship and startups in Germany. And it actually started as his personal blog. So I remember very well when Lukasz said, hey, I'm gonna become a blogger, and I call my blog Gründerszene. And these days it's really a huge magazine, which was also sold to a huge publishing house a couple of years ago, Axel Springer, and is like basically the daily news source for us here in Germany in the startup scene. And then like basically through all that time, Lukasz was a very active business angel, supporting lots and lots of startups and entrepreneurs. Mostly here in Germany, there's companies like Trivago, companies like StudiVZ, so the German Facebook of its time, or companies like My Müsli, Brands for Friends, Mr. Specs, Madvertise, Sponsor Pay, now called Fiber, Käuferportal, many more companies Lukasz supported back then and helped build up, and most of them sold very successfully. But I think that the most well-known thing people associate you with is the founding of Delivery Hero, like one of the biggest online ordering services for food, which is like operating in a lot of countries around the world and probably well known to many of you. But today I want to talk to you about what you're doing now, and that is a little different than all the other projects before. And it's for you right now. It's all about mobility right now, and the future of mobility. So Lukasz right now is building Circ, which was like just recently, a few days ago, renamed from Flash, and it's a scooter company one of many scooter companies who are competing for this exciting new market. And on the side, you're also supporting a lot of other like mobility startups, like Volocopter, who are building a flying a taxi, so to say, and also Miles, which is a car sharing business. And I'm asking myself, like, why are you doing this? Like, I mean, it's a great time of the year to spend your time on Ibiza instead of traveling around the world for business reasons. So why, after all these successes, are you focusing on this topic now?
So like, yeah, it's all about technology, I want to say. So I started like with e-commerce companies, as you described, basically helping to build up the entrepreneurial scene. And I became an entrepreneur originally to be at the forefront of, like, on the frontier of progress. And then as a successful entrepreneur, it's a good question, like, what keeps you going? And first of all, that's what I do. So like, it's good to have a job and everything. But and then people want to create value. So I also want to create value, because if this is what keeps you going. And I've been looking like from a high level at what's going on in the world in technology, and also like for me as an entrepreneur. And there's a pattern. Like, we in Europe, to be successful, we need to start international businesses. This was the case with Delivery Hero, to take it global, to compete basically on a global level. We have great engineering talent, we have great technologies in Europe, but we're not necessarily great in translating those technologies into businesses. Yeah? When you look at like all the large internet companies, all the giants of the internet from the internet era, basically, they're not necessarily based in Europe. Yeah? Be it like Google, be it Facebook, or even like from the computer era, there's barely anything. There's maybe an SAP. So the giants are not from Europe. And why is that? Yeah, we have great engineers, but what we're lacking is like two things. We're lacking like some of the business culture, or like maybe not lacking, lagging behind in terms of like the learning curve. So the business culture, but also the capital markets. Yeah? And as a successful entrepreneur, basically, this is what I understand. This is what my talents are. So I know how to build large organizations and like translate basically execution power. So like, this is the business culture point, and then also like to, basically to drive the capital markets forward and to attract capital. So this is the pattern that I looked for, taking like the engineering talent and supporting it to bring in great products to the market. And I started to look like 3-4 years ago, and one of the first things I sort of I found was Volocopter, which is one of the urban air taxis about to come. And this is how I entered the field of mobility. And basically Volocopter and like the breed of companies that are coming there, it's like, those are really cool pieces of technology. It's really very exciting because.
But you haven't been flying, right? It's not yet flying.
You can fly it as a test pilot, but it's not certified yet for commercial use. Nothing is, and it's like technologically, it's a really interesting problem, because if you have to prove to be commercially viable, so like, if any of these companies would push it, you could bring like a sports vehicle to the market fast, yeah. But like, it's not about the sports vehicle; it's about like commercial. This is like what's interesting, to bring it like to everybody, and you have basically to prove to the regulator that it's safe. Yeah? Safe means like you're allowed to fail one time in 1 billion. Yeah? So imagine you fly 1 billion hours. And I didn't do the math. Like you cannot do this in the lifetime, yeah? To fly 1 billion hours. Then you have like one probability of failure. Yeah? That means basically you can fly all your life and you will never crash. This is what the regulator wants to know. Yeah? And this is basically a computer science problem, because of like this new breed of flying machines are basically flying computers. So like traditionally the pilot would control the vehicle, the control surfaces, like he would control whatever, the flaps, the ailerons, and today like it's the computer basically regulating how fast the rotors would spin. But you end up, as a result, you end up with like affordable, quiet, green, and very convenient means of transport. anyway, so this is like how I entered this field, and the gap like coming from e-commerce and marketplaces to building aircraft is quite a large one. Yeah, so plus like I've been used to do things that scale very fast, that have like fast time to markets. This is not a fast time to market. And then like last year, about spring, came about like what we call, you said like yet another scooter company, or you said one more scooter company.
There's a lot of companies competing in that space, right?
In that space, yeah. But we don't call it a scooter company because of that wouldn't sound.
Of course you don't.
We don't. We call it like micro mobility, and this is really fascinating, like how fast this field is growing and what it means. And micro mobility means basically like lightweight vehicles that you can use for the last few miles of your travel. And since I'm involved in mobility, it's really fascinating to see like some of those numbers. For example, more than every year we create and put onto the streets of the planet more than 100 million cars. Imagine like this is just an astounding number. And half of the trips by these cars are like only a few miles or a few kilometers. Yeah, so about 3-4 kilometers. And 70% of those trips have only one single person in it, and then you have to deduct the chauffeur because of like often it's one passenger plus one driver, right? So like basically the vehicle that we use for this use case, it's like totally off. And then like the business model of the car companies is to sell you a new car. So like they're set up in a way to be able to sell as many cars as possible and basically educate us to buy a new car every 3-4 years or whatever. Yeah? And then came about like this beautiful little, very simple device, which is the electric kick scooter. And this like has been instant hit, and basically the product market fit here is like just very, it's a very strong, very strong product market fit. So I'm sure most of you have been able to enjoy one of these today. It feels like very natural to go
Not
on
in
it.
Germany yet, though, but since this is a very international conference, perhaps in other countries. But why do you think all of this comes together now? I mean, obviously we need the hardware. That's for sure. But
First of all, we have the hardware. I mean, what we have, like a few trends come together. Like we have the mobile phone is ubiquitous now, right? We have IoT, like to control and track the devices. We have electrical motors, that are like strong enough. Arguably, all of this existed already 3, 4, 5 years ago. So, good question. Why did it come now? I think it's just random. It's just like randomness. Funnily enough, it started with, and maybe this is a good example of like of like over-engineering things, because of micromobility. On some level, it started with a bike. So bike is basically a micromobility device. But like on another level, it started with the Segway, which is like technologically very advanced. It has like all the self-balancing technology, and it's really pretty an advanced device because of when it has the self-balancing. It's not allowed to fail because of when it fails, you trip. So it has already to have some redundancy built in, like that. Like if the computer of the Segway crashes, you have like a blue screen, so to say. Then you trip, but you're in traffic. you're in traffic. There are cars around you, and they're very heavy. They're very fast. So you're not allowed to trip.
So in the end, what you're doing is also like potentially risking human lives, or there is like you need to be very careful, right?
Exactly. So those like all of these vehicles, being like the Segways or the kick scooters, they have to be safe. The brake has always to work. I mean, like if there've been crazy accidents that have been due to the product. So like one of them had like the anti-theft mechanism kicking in the middle of the journey, because for whatever reason the computer thought this is now like about to be stolen, so it locks the wheels, it locks your front wheel, and people would fly over the handlebar.
But
luckily nobody got too badly hurt, but it can kill you, right? Because you can fly in front of a car.
What I generally find very interesting about this whole space is this intersection of really innovative hardware coming together with software, obviously. So, like because you were just talking about these things, how much are you involved into developing these these devices yourself? I've heard that you're not taking some stock device, but that you've invested a lot of time into improving the scooters, which is one of the biggest issues right now from what we hear for scooter companies, that they break all the time and perhaps even worse.
Yeah, I mean, like again, like so like there are two stories here. One is a business story, and the other is a technology story and a product story. Yeah. So like from a business, it's just like a blue ocean, a new thing that is out there, and we have 100 million cars, and maybe I don't know, less than 1 million of scooters, a few 100,000 scooters every year. So like this is about to grow, and all in a very fast pace. So basically, this whole industry does not exist yet. The supply chain does not exist. The safety regulations do not exist properly. This is why we still don't have it in Germany. We will have it in a couple of weeks. So all of these things don't exist yet. And so from our perspective, it's a relatively complicated business model. What you have to design the vehicle, because nobody designed the vehicle yet for sharing. Nobody designed the vehicle yet for heavy duty. Yeah? Then you have to what we call homologation, homologate it, basically prove to yourself, the regulator, your customer that it's safe. Then you have to produce it. You have to produce it at scale. This includes like quality control, all of that. Again, it has to be like homologated because of if there's a production mistake and they put you on the road with a faulty scooter, with a faulty micromobility device, yeah, this is a potential hazard. So like, also this has to be done. Then like it has a layer of connectivity, like IoT basically, yeah. So like that we can communicate with the vehicle, all of that. So that's another piece of technology.
How do you develop this?
Then it continues. Then you go to, you need basically a consumer app. Okay, that's commodity, like how to register your credit card, all of that. But in the background, there's one more piece of software, which is like basically the operations. Yeah. So you have to put the scooters on the street. You have to collect them for recharging. And this is like you have to operate like some companies do it with like the gig economy. We doing like utilizing your own workforce, but like they need tools to operate all of that. Then when you decide like where to put a vehicle, you need what we call location intelligence. Yeah, so this is a very exciting piece of software, so to say. That lets us know and helps us to determine, okay, where to put those, where they're going to be utilized. So if you take all of those together, and I guess I forgot one or two, so it's quite a bit.
And are you doing all of this like on your own, or for example, when it comes to the hardware and let's say the software that controls the vehicle, like how much of that is done by, I don't know, in Asia, and how much of that is still like being developed by you guys?
Yeah, so we're co-design with companies in Asia. So it's a proprietary design based on like whatever they have there already. It's produced right now mostly in Shenzhen. We're setting ourselves up to be able to partially produce, partially assemble also in other parts of the world. Sometimes it's required regulatory-wise. Here also we touch what are the mega patterns of politics, basically, yeah, the increasing trade wars or whatever, or in a country like Brazil, for example, they're pretty sealed off. So like, I think if you want to buy an iPhone in Brazil, you pay almost double because if they have such high tariffs, and the same then applies to those micromobility devices. So like, we co-design them. Yeah, also like co-design the software and do all of it proprietary. And all of that right now, you see the kick scooter, the electrical kick scooter. But what we're going to end up with is like a small fleet of vehicle types. You want also to be able to cover other use cases. Yeah, maybe you want a two-person scooter. Maybe you want something that can handle a little bit of luggage, and maybe you want something that handles a little bit of bad weather. Yeah, because of basically to use it in your daily routine, in your daily commute, it has to cover those use cases. If I cannot rely on it, then I cannot replace whatever means of transport I have today 100%. And this is the goal, to enable this means of transport to replace whatever you use today by 100%.
I mean, one thing is certain that if the hardware would have been ready, let's say 10 or 20 years ago, then we would perhaps, many of us would have these electrical kick scooters, but we would probably own them still like we own our cars. Typically, but the most interesting thing about this is that you are like really able to share them and to distribute them. And this whole you just talked about this this piece of software that tells you where to put scooters, where they will be needed, is one of the perhaps most interesting, most sophisticated pieces of software. And I don't know, can you tell us something more about that? I guess it's probably using some kind of machine learning, AI, algorithm stuff, and all of the nice things we're talking about these days?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's it. And then what you need is a lot of data, right? So the question is like, where to get the data from, which type of data you get.
I mean, and this is typically something that like US companies were best at in the past, right? So that's also, I think it would be very cool to see if you guys and perhaps also other European startups in that space can actually compete on these software technology things with the providers from the US, because typically that's what they're really good at. And do you struggle with, I don't know, like for example, finding the right kind of talent and developers who are able to bring in these skills here, or how do you compete with the US companies?
No, I would not say that we struggle. First of all, there are like a few layers. Yes, we are a European company and all of that. Is it competition? Is it like co-opetition? Yeah? From my perspective, the world is a global place, yeah, and we should be one. Yeah, so there should not be trade barriers. There should be not animosities and all of that. In the end, we want like to live together peacefully and compete, create, and do all of these things. But so in that sense, we're also connected to like Silicon Valley. We have a few investments there, like in this field. So there's like a lively exchange, and the same applies to our Chinese partners. And basically, they still have a reputation somehow. They're Chinese, but they're excellent companies there as well, and they're doing an excellent job and scaling fast and like high quality. So we are embedded like in this global environment, so to say. And it's always challenging to get it right. Yeah, we have like a high aspiration for quality and all of that. What helps us and what makes us special is like 2 or 3 things. One is that we really focus on the product. So we're product first, so to say, product and technology. This is at the core of our DNA, of myself and my co-founders. And then like people want to join something that is like special in some way. So like, I guess like as a startup, we're special because of like we're very ambitious. We want to create like a European champion that is a global player in micromobility. I mean, basically creates the world's leader, yeah. And some other companies maybe have been there before us and whatever. Like this is not what worries me, yeah. We also don't look too much at the competition. We look at ourselves and what we can do. Like so, like, and this is like what gets people interested because of like they know they can be part of something that is not yet another startup, but that is basically something special in terms of like size and ambition. And then the last thing is like that we are addressing a very urgent issue, a very urgent problem of the globe. And basically that it's like heating up and getting warmer and warmer, and we use like energy and resources in ways that like evolved how they evolved, but they're not necessarily sustainable and smart. So like to be part of this revolution, sort of like, also helps. And then obviously it's a consumer product. It's something that touches your life, so it's very easy to identify with it. Most of us like use our product ourselves. I still own cars. I don't know why, because of I had them before, but I don't use them. Yeah, I use car sharing today, and I'm looking forward to use the scooters in a few weeks here soon when they're legal in Germany.
You're obviously not yet using them, I guess, here in Berlin. But like perhaps it would be interesting also because perhaps for people in the German audience, since you cannot drive them here, perhaps to give others an idea about the impact you already had. and have. I think I just read that you crossed like 1 million rides within like a very short time span. So can you give us perhaps again some numbers, some ideas about what you guys are already doing, and perhaps also where you're doing it? Like how you're structured, which countries are you active in right now? And
So we launched in February, had like the 1 million rides last week. We are in started with the southern countries, so like we're in Portugal, Spain, France, Switzerland, Austria, and then also Belgium, and now about to launch in Germany, Italy. But basically it's going to be all across Europe. We're also in a few Nordic countries now. And then we're launching Middle East and a few selected Asian countries. And via an investment, we have a sister company in Latin America. This is the company Grow. So basically, it's less than a year old, but already now has a global footprint. Yeah. And like as an entrepreneur, it's great like to see those numbers and to see those numbers growing very fast. Again, we did not exist. We did not exist a year ago. We have not been live half a year ago, and today we serve like up to 100,000 trips per day. Yeah, and we know this is going to continue to grow and be very fast. So soon we will serve like 1 million trips a day. So like it's
how many are you right
fascinating. I mean, if you're in the midst of it, it's really fascinating to
how many
to
people
imagine
are
that. And so like we are like in the offices we're about 200 people now, and then we have, since we use our own operations, we are another like about 200 people in the operations. So on the operations side of things.
And like who is located where? Like since you're very international, I guess you have offices in all these countries. But like so, for example, the software side, the technology side, is it besides the hardware parts? Obviously, is it located here in Berlin or where is it?
So it's mainly in Berlin. We also have a little bit of development in Madrid, in Spain. So like it's, but like the core is here in Berlin, and then we're looking to. We also have like some obviously in Asia.
And like since this is a technology conference, and since there are like mostly people in the audience, I guess, who are involved with developing software products, like is there some specific kind of developer or like people with digital skills that you're looking for, and why should, I mean, you told us a bit about why someone would join your company, and I guess that were very interesting points. And who are you looking for? Like if there's somebody in the audience who thinks, wow, I really like this idea of building the future of mobility, like
passionate people, basically passionate people who are top of their class, top in whatever they do. And they're motivated by contributing to creating something like special for Europe, for the world, and also in terms of like mobility revolution for mankind, and are driven by, like us, are a little bit crazy about achievement. Yeah. So and enjoy the journey. So that's what we look for. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that's a great ending. So thank you for being here. Thank you for telling us some more things about your company. I'm sure we will soon see a lot more of your devices out on the streets here in Germany, but probably all over the world. And we're really happy to be part of this exciting story. And if you want to be part of this exciting story or have a chat with Lukas, I guess we will be standing over there at the stage for a couple of minutes now. So thank you also very much for being here and listening to us.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lukas and Thomas. Thank you. Have a great day. Have a great Congress. All right, guys. So good news. It's lunchtime. So whoop, whoop, lunchtime. We can take that. So we have an hour. We are to be back here at 1:20. Please try and come back a couple of minutes early so that we can really start on time and you can be here for the very beginning of a gaming legend's speech. Okay? So we will see you back here 1:20. Thank you.
nice mixture of people, right? And everybody still vibes in, you know what I mean? People still craving for that beat style of original music. Right, listen. Time to turn on the page for the next chapter.
people. Come on. I want to see your arms, because I know you stuffed your gobs. And I know you're also tired. Hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey. excited. Can I just please ask, keep your underwear to yourself for this session, okay? We don't want it. See, our next speaker. You know, I watched grown men fall apart last year when they took pictures with him. Literally, like teenage girls crying at One Direction. It was ridiculous. But obviously, for some of you, this was a real dream come true. He's an award-winning game designer, level designer, and programmer whose work portfolio includes 130 games, of which 107 have been published. Now, he's co-founded 8 widely successful companies, and this guy has been making games for the last 40 years. Some of you weren't even born. So, he's a Mexican. He loves to cook Mexican food. And here's one phrase to live by: design is law. Please welcome to the stage the wonderfully amazing John Romero.
Hey, everybody. Hello. Oh, yeah. How's it going? Everybody excited? All right. Well, I'm going to be talking about the development of Quake for the first time ever at a conference. This is the first time. A lot of people have heard the story of Doom, and no one's heard the story of Quake, so here we go. So Quake was released in 1996, but its story actually starts in 1990. We used to play Dungeons & Dragons in John Carmack's campaign, and there was this group in there called the Silver Shadow Band that did work for a group called Justice. So in the Silver Shadow Band, there was this super badass named Quake that had an incredible Thor-like hammer. He's someone that you would almost never see because he's so high level, and our group was made up of just low-level peons. We're basically lucky to even see him and go on an awesome adventure with him once or twice. So needless to say, we wanted to make a game with Quake in it, especially if we could play as Quake. So we were finishing up our first Keen trilogy, and we decided after Commander Keen, we wanted to make Quake next. So in the preview section of Marooned on Mars, the shareware episode that we put out, we hyped up the idea for our next game, which was called Quake, The Fight for Justice. So we worked on the prototype for a couple of weeks in January 1991, and it just was not what we were thinking. The tech wasn't there yet. So we decided to put it on ice. Someday we will make Quake. So it reminds me of the start of Pixar, how all the ideas for all of their movies came out of one meeting at the very start of that company. So we continued working on Dangerous Dave and the Haunted Mansion to return to Quake later. So we released Wolfenstein 3D, Spear of Destiny, Doom, Doom 2, Heretic, Hexen. Carmack was planning on making his next engine true 3D, thank God. So we decided that it was time to make Quake finally. It was only 4 years after the prototype, but in that time, we had made 15 games, an engine upgrade to Wolfenstein 3D for Raven Software's Shadowcaster. We played around with Atari Lynx development for Wolfenstein 3D, and Atari even wanted us to create their mascot character named Pounce. And we made the Super Nintendo version of Wolfenstein 3D. And this was with a team of only 6 people. The Archvile standing in for Tom Hall, who wasn't there during this picture. So the original ideas behind Quake were starting to develop at the end of 1994. We didn't have a cohesive vision of the game or how it would play. It's a big echo, huh? All right, so we did not immediately assume that it would be a shooter. What we had was the knowledge that we would be creating a true 3D world for gameplay to take place in. So what we had, so we started to form the ideas for this. Our game design ideas began with Quake the character, and he had a huge and powerful hammer. He could throw that hammer and destroy buildings, at least in the D&D universe. Quake came from a medieval time period, so we already knew that the game would take place in the past. We talked about how the camera could move. One incredible scene would be possible is that you could sneak up behind someone in multiplayer mode who's standing at the edge of a hill and basically just slam their head in with a hammer right in the back of their skull. And they would tumble down the mountain and see the world rotate forwards as opposed to the left and right rotation that players are used to with the mouse. We never got that working, but the idea was there just in case we wanted to have that kind of gameplay. The first part of starting work on the engine was establishing the priorities. A client-server architecture was just as important as the engine being true 3D. So we were not going to be faking it like the Doom-era technology. This time it was going to be real, and it had to be real fast. To do that, we were going to be using the FPU for the first time to speed up 3D calculations, since most processors at that time had them built in. We were developing on Intel Pentium chips around 90 megahertz with 8 megabytes of RAM. We were still targeting DOS as the gaming operating system to play it on. And we were developing the game on the Next Step workstation. Before making levels, we needed a level editor that could create 3D maps. And before we could write a 3D level editor, we needed to define the structure of the world and how it would be represented. So this was John Carmack's new engine design, and it was going to be based on an element that he called brushes. A brush could be any shape, but in the editor, it would start as a rectangular volume. Special cutting tools could shave off edges so slopes could be made, but those tools cut at an infinite distance. So creating interesting shapes required several brushes individually sliced and pieced together. An example of this is the first door you see when you come down the ramp from the initial slipgate. It's a high-tech door that has a notch on one side and the other side has a bump on it, and they fit perfectly together. To create this door required 3 pieces on one side and 2 pieces on the other side. So the editor was called QuakeEd, and it had a unique way of making levels, because creating a true 3D editor would be like creating today's Maya or 3D Studio Max from scratch, and it would take a long time. So we went with a very simplistic editor that showed levels from the top down and a side view that showed the brushes that were under a special marker, like an X, that we placed whenever we wanted to adjust the vertical height of brushes. So we could drag the brushes in the view up and down and see the result in a small 3D rendered view in the top left corner. So because of this way of viewing and creating levels, it took more work to make simple things like a ramp, like the ramp you walk down when you come through the slipgate. You may be thinking that this way of editing levels would be incredibly difficult and insane, and you'd be right. For example, that base door that I drew, for the base door, I drew it in 2D, and then I had to rotate it so then it was vertical. Then I could rotate it and move it into place using the side view and the marker. That's for every single thing. This process happened for every single brush in every level. It was extremely labor intensive, but the team was making levels instead of waiting for some giant 3D level design tool to be created. So here's some sketches I made before starting on the first Quake map, which was E1M1. In the final map, the first map basically had that shape, the golden horseshoe. You start at one side and go around like this and finish it. At this time, it was early 1995, and a whole lot of stuff was happening. Doom and Doom 2 were out in the world and had changed gaming. Dealing with that involved an incredible amount of talking to journalists because everyone wanted to know how he did it and who we were. So it was important to keep John Carmack coding and away from press interviews. So Jay Wilbur and I handled those duties. John knew that he was going to need some more programming firepower. At this bleeding edge of technology, we could only work with the best. So the first obvious person that entered our minds was Michael Abrash. After all, he was the genius that wrote Power Graphics Programming, the book that John learned from that gave him all the graphics knowledge he needed to develop our first Commander Keen engine in 1990, the game that helped make the PC into a real gaming platform. Michael was a programming legend. He had written for Dr. Jobs' journal for years, teaching the intricacies of 8086 assembly language, the way Roger Wagner taught 6502 assembly in the pages of Soft Talk magazine 10 years earlier. Michael was a hero programmer, and John needed a hero who could write assembly language fast and great. So, John flew to Seattle to convince Michael that Quake's technology would be the first steps toward the metaverse that Neil Stephenson describes in his book, Snow Crash. This was something that John knew Michael was very interested in doing. So it didn't take much more pushing from John to get Michael to leave Microsoft and move to Texas. So the first half of 1995 was very busy with bringing Michael Abrash into id Software, my coding of QuakeEd to get Sandy Peterson and American McGee learning how to make levels in 3D, getting Hexen underway with Raven Software, working on the Ultimate Doom, making levels for that and putting it together. It was the first retail version of Doom that people could actually walk into a store and buy. And then I had to spend a lot of time experimenting with true 3D level creation in QuakeEd. There was a lot of stuff going on. During the first 4 months, the engine was working with a client-server architecture, and we made some test levels so we could move them around in multiplayer, or so we could move around in them in multiplayer. Since we hadn't established how we were even going to be building models yet, we used Golden Sphere 2D Sprite. So after a short time of researching methods for making 3D models with animation and hardware that could do it quickly and easily, John decided on a path in reading file formats and UV mapping skin textures. We bought a Silicon Graphics Indigo 2 workstation and Alias modeling software. Kevin Cloud decided he was going to be the guy making all of Quake's 3D models. Adrian would do the textures and everything else that was 2D. Kevin made the player model first so we could stop moving around as spheres. The skin textures were a little tricky because they were limited in total coverage, so Kevin had to model in a certain way. American was busy making a ton of small maps for John's engine to render. The engine was going through a lot of changes, mainly architectural in the renderer for speed's sake. American made around 50 small maps for John, stressing different areas of the renderer. These were all throwaway maps. At the same time, he was working on actual levels for the game that he hoped would be able to be included. So rewritten algorithms for caching light map rendered textures meant Abrash had to rewrite his tightly written assembly loops over and over. By the end of the engine's development, there were 8 major engine render architecture changes that required rewriting. So let me take this time to also say that Quake's renderer was written before the existence of GPUs. That means that every single pixel on the screen was computed with perspective-correct texture mapping in assembly language and placed on the VGA screen, which had a limit of 256 colors. The screen is at a 4:3 ratio because no one had 16:9 monitors, since there were no video resolutions that supported that. Quake was usually run in 320x200 pixel mode. This is an early screenshot of Quake before we even created the status bar. So halfway through 1995, we didn't have a solid game design because the engine kept going through changes, and we still had no additional coders that could write gameplay code to test our early ideas. So work kept going on models, textures, levels, and technology. We knew that whatever we created would be usable in any design that we settled on. Hexen launched on October 30th, Devil's Night, during the huge Dwango Deathmatch 95 event held at Microsoft's campus in Seattle. I was at the office in Texas to play Deathmatch over the modem with the winner of the Doom 95 tournament that took place. The winner was Dennis Fong, also known as Thresh. The twist was that we had to deathmatch in Hexen. which I had been playing a lot of, and which he played for the first time that night. So work continued for another few weeks until the engine was finally considered done enough to make the game. So now we would have programmer time dedicated to gameplay programming. We decided to have a company-wide meeting to determine which direction we would go in. The team was burnt out. We'd been working away trying to make a game without gameplay programming or an idea of how fast the engine would go eventually. The speed of that engine would help determine the kind of game that we would make. A slower engine would be able to create the game design that we had at the start of the project, and a fast engine could be used for an FPS. So I wanted to experiment with game design and see what we could do with this new 3D fast engine, and I was not as interested in making another FPS as I was about exploring our possibility space. Half the team, made up of the members who were burnt out, wanted to just slap some FPS guns in it and finish the levels and ship it. The other half were okay with trying to do some design experimentation. At that point, if you're working with a team in that state, the only way forward is to do the easiest thing. So we decided that Quake would be an FPS. We would start working in a common room and get the game done as fast as possible. Then I decided that my time in id would be done after shipping Quake. We had just taken over the rest of the 6th floor at Town East Tower. The offices that we just got were demolished, all the walls, everything. So we picked this huge corner space as our war room that we would use to finish Quake. We all moved our computers and belongings into it. Around this time, we found out that 9 Inch Nails were huge fans of Doom, and they played on their tour bus very often. So we got in touch with Trent Reznor, and we talked about him doing the soundtrack for Quake. So he came to our office, we talked about it, we decided that it would be an ambient soundtrack and not songs like all of our previous games. In the meantime, Trent got us some ambient music that a friend of his made to kind of hold us over while we were waiting for him to finish Quake's soundtrack. So my first task was to redesign the game so it used all currently created levels, added some interesting story and creature designs that emphasized the Lovecraftian influence of our environment and story. So I added several enslaved old ones, various keys in different dimensions that you needed to travel to so you could free them, and a little bit more complexity. After talking with Kevin and Adrian about how many models, animations, and textures that they could do, I had to simplify the design into a game that we could finish quickly. So I took a lot of those keys and characters out, and I streamlined the design back to more of a simpler get key, open door, kill monsters, find secrets, find the exit stuff that we all know so well. So the newest stuff in this game was inherent in the engine technology, such as the way that secret doors open by moving back and then sliding sideways. Doors can open horizontally finally in Quake. And we finally had platforms that could follow a path and take the player on a ride. We had water that you could swim in, and you could hear the surface of the water and the wind blowing outside. We added wind tunnels that could propel the player through the air, and we could even change gravity and let the player float. We used the special properties of the engine to make the levels more dynamic than Doom. And it resulted in a very scary single-player campaign mode. So this was January 1996, and the mood in the war room was not a good one. People didn't talk to each other much, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The room was mostly silent, where in years past we'd share music played on a boombox. We just had to get the game done, so we entered crunch mode. This was 7 days a week until we shipped. So I called Tom Hall, my id co-founder who left halfway through Doom, if he would be interested in co-founding a new company after Quake shipped. Tom was working on his latest game, Prey, and said that he would love to start a new company. So the plans for Ion Storm lay dormant until after Quake's release. Around the end of February, we got the game ready to test multiplayer mode with a few deathmatch maps. In fact, we decided that we wanted all players to test the game for us. So we called this build Q-Test, and it took us 38 hours nonstop to get it ready. We uploaded it to an FTP site on February 24th, 1996, and we watched the internet reaction. A couple of days later, we called 7 of the most hardcore local Doomers to our office so we could watch them play. They loved it, and their feedback helped us refine some movement and level issues. So the time after Q-Test was kind of a blur. We were working away every day. We got an offer to buy id Software from our publisher GT Interactive for $100 million. We were so deep in Quake that we just said we can't even think about it right now. We were not in the right frame of mind. What just happened? Oh, sorry. I think I got my finger too close to this escape key. So on we continued crunching, making more levels, more monsters, more sounds, checking off the design checkboxes. To keep the game at a reasonable size, we had to impose a limitation. We decided that a level's BSP size could not be bigger than 1.4 megabytes, which is basically the size of a 3.5-inch disk. With this restriction, we couldn't make really huge, long levels. I remember working on a really cool entrance for E2M6, and after the level was built, and I went over 1.4 megabytes, unfortunately. So I just deleted it, and I just left the level the way it was. It was just no use arguing at this point. We all just wanted the game done. Eventually, I released the bigger version of this level to the internet about 10 years afterwards. We were getting close to finishing the levels, and everyone on the team could feel that the end was near. The crunch was so intense that American McGee was sick for the entire last month of the game's development. We didn't see him for a couple weeks even after we released the game. Other team members pitched in to finish his levels so that we could ship. I finished the sound work. We finally got the tracks from 9 Inch Nails. And a horrible decision from the record company was that the music could not be in MP3 form. So the music had to be as CD audio tracks burned onto the CD and playable only from CD. And this is the reason why none of the music played while people played the game. They installed the game, took the CD out, and they basically only to hear the music they would have to leave the CD in the player all the time. So on the day of release, I don't even remember how we decided the day that Quake was ready to go out. It was Saturday, June 22nd of 1996. And as I had done for every single id Software game since the beginning, I created the demos that you see in attract mode, and I created the Gold Masters. So no one was at the office. The company was basically broken. It took me several hours to get the game in a final state because it was the first game that we made that had subdirectories. And finding a compression that was not zip at the time and handled subdirectories was difficult. So I settled on the LHA compressor, and it took a while to finally get it to work correctly. And I wanted someone else to be at the office there for the upload, so I called my friend Mark Fletcher, who was a really hardcore doomer. So I was on IRC making sure that everyone knew that the upload was imminent. IRC was exploding and splitting constantly due to too many people being in the channel. I uploaded quake.zip, and I hung out to hear the fans' reactions. And then Mark and I left. So the next month was a pretty slow one. People were recuperating. American finally came back. I took a 2-week vacation, and I came back to create the retail Quake Gold Masters for physical distribution. Right after that, on August 6th, John Carmack wanted me out of the company, and I wanted to start Ion Storm with Tom, so everything worked out. Within 6 months, half of id Software's 13 employees left the company, and Quake had taken its toll. But of course, that was not the end. id Software went on to create the incredible Quake 2. And I was busy heading up Ion Storm while we worked on 4 games at once: Anachronox, Dominion, Daikatana, and Deus Ex. We all still continue to create games to this day with the exception of John. He's dedicated to VR, and Abrash is there to help him. And Kevin is still at id Software, And Tom is at Play First in San Francisco. And I'm at Romero Games in Galway, Ireland, where life is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Okay, so I'm going to ask us to shimmy over there.
All right.
Can you shimmy?
I can shimmy.
Okay.
I can walk shimmy.
I have to tell you, I have a confession.
Oh, we're over
I don't game, but I don't game because I realize I have an obsessive personality. And when I started gaming, 2 weeks later, we had to get it out of our house. I had a 2-year-old, and my husband and I were staying up till 2 o'clock in the morning, gaming and arguing with each other. And in fact, some nights we went to bed not talking.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the only reason why I don't game anymore. All right, so questions. That was fabulous. Thank you so much for sharing your story and your journey. So first question, it was inevitable, right?
Yes.
So what hair products do you use?
I use normal hair products.
I love it. I love
Shampoo,
it.
conditioner, and some hair oil.
And some hair oil. You got that? He actually uses products. That's what you need to know. Okay? Right, so is there a game that you wanted to make but never did?
Not really. I mean, we've come up with ideas and we just make them. There really aren't ideas that we wish that we could create. There's just so many ideas.
It's just
nothing that's, there's nothing that's like, I can't wait to make this big game. It's always, at the time that a game can be made, those conditions dictate what we want to make.
Right.
Because there might be new things in media that have influenced our ideas. There could be new platforms that might be exciting and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There may be new languages that we want to use to create.
Right.
So it's always at the moment that we're going to start coming up
You
with the
just
idea.
get it done.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so they're not moving as fast as me. So how is your relationship with John Carmack today?
Well, we don't really talk that much. I mean, we've emailed a little bit, but we're in such different areas now. He's doing VR stuff, and I'm doing lots of different kinds of games. I keep in touch with Adrian, and I keep in touch with Tom.
Okay.
Because Adrian actually had a hotel in Ireland where we live, and so we could actually see him there. And then Tom is in San Francisco, and my son is a programmer on his team.
Oh, wow.
So we keep in touch that way too.
Great. Okay. So what is... Oh, they're moving too fast today, so I'm just going to choose. Okay. So what is the biggest regret on this particular development story?
I think the regret is that we did not know how long it would take to make Quake's engine, which is why it kind of burnt out the team. So if we would have, at the start of Quake, decided that we needed to have a separate game development team to use the previous generation of technology to create new games while there was an engine team making the next technology, that would have created a company that had, was generating more games and was not stressed out,
right.
and had an engine department basically making the new tech, and when it was ready, after this game was finished, everyone would start working on the next game design. So for most people in id, it was the first company that they'd started, and nobody had worked in the company where you would do something like that.
Yeah.
So it was now people that are getting into games that you would not say are hardcore, but they are, because they play Candy Crush all the time. They play all the time. They put tons of money into it, right? So like that's you would call them a casual gamer, but they're really hardcore because they play it all the time.
Yeah.
It's almost like you have to say, everybody's a gamer, and when they're excited about it, then they're hardcore. You know.
Yeah.
But like games like narrative games are becoming really popular now, which is like the new reemergence of the adventure game, in a different way. So the industry's just gotten very wide because there are so many more people interested in a lot of different ways to play.
Yeah, you've just reminded me of the game I actually do play. Okay, so what's your favorite game? Do you have one?
That's probably, it's either World of Warcraft or Minecraft. They're both amazing games.
I'm going to ask, how long do you think you spend on them?
I have thousands of hours in WoW. Not thousands in Minecraft, but, like it's just an amazing game. You know, it's just changed everything. In fact, I don't think that we've felt the design repercussions of Minecraft yet. I think everybody's trying to do that. In game development, they're trying to figure out a way of integrating creation with gameplay that's not in a modal way, modal implementation. So people are still trying to figure it out.
Okay, thank you. So what do you think about the esports league?
Esports is awesome. You know, basically Quake was starting with Doom. Tournaments were happening with Doom. In fact, actually, I give a talk where I kind of show that esports started in the arcades of the early 80s because there were tons of tournaments with people playing arcade games with money and everything. So it just kind of evolved to the point where people could practice at home for free and do it in games that were totally different than the arcade games of the 80s. But esports has become really huge. Instead of these little tournaments here and there, now they're gigantic tournaments that are bigger than the Super Bowl. In the United States, so it's massive.
Yeah.
There's tons of money behind it, and it's in its own. And it's usually in games that are incredibly intense that have a lot of skill inherent in the gameplay.
Okay, all right. So, what's your favorite unintended mechanic from Quake?
Well, it's obviously rocket jumping. It's my favorite thing.
It is the rocket jumping. Actually, somebody was asking whether or not you were the person a little earlier. They were asking whether or not you were on that image, and I guess you were.
Yeah.
Back in the day when you were young.
Yep.
Okay, so let's just have a look. Well, there it is. Is it true that you were the original model? But I think we saw that, right?
So, yeah, the original model of the original Doom art. So on the cover of Doom is the Quake Marine, or is the Doom Marine, and that's me posing. The illustrator sent the photographer with a model to our office, and the guy was making a bunch of poses, and I didn't really like any of them, so I just told him, you get on the floor and act like you're a demon and grab onto my arm, and then I grabbed one of our guns that we use for the BFG and just kind of pointed it at him, and then the illustrator took photos of it, and then that's how he composed the cover.
Great, that's great. So you're also a model, it seems. Right. Maybe we should make you do a catwalk or something.
All right.
Okay, so with the wisdom that you have now, what would your advice be on how to keep and strengthen business partnerships?
We'll keep everything very, very fair. Business partnerships, if it's your own company, divide the ownership equally among the people that are the most dedicated, that you feel are the base of your company. When people feel like they're not equal to the other people, it just kind of creates a different perception in the company that they're less than.
Yeah.
And you want everybody that's a founder to feel equally invested. Okay. So and also know your co-founders extremely well before you start a company with them.
Yeah, choose wisely.
Choose wisely. It's so hard because most people, you get investment from someone, and or you form really quickly, and it's just like, well, now you're rolling dice. Basically, it's what most people do because of the circumstance. But if you have the time to choose somebody, work with them for a long time before you even form a business with them.
That's great advice. Thank you. Okay, so. I think I'm going to leave this one because I can. So, what's your opinion? Do you think that indie games with 2 to 3 developers can still have success on the market and make an impact on the industry today?
That's absolutely true. And it's always going to be true. The tools that we have to develop keep on getting more advanced and easier for people to develop games with. If you look at Minecraft, one person made Minecraft, changed everything. So that's going to keep on happening. A lot of indie teams of 2 to 3 developers are responsible for most mobile games. So yeah, that's without a doubt, it's not going to stop. It just keeps on getting easier.
So as well, where there's a will, there is a way.
And tools.
And tools.
Yeah.
I'm going to add that. Right, so what do you think about Doom running on printers?
I think it's cool that Doom is like the baseline program to run on any new piece of technology. Toasters, pianos, you name it, horses, it's on everything. And then people have even actually started making it run on 80s computers. So it's pretty cool.
Okay, so how did your mindset towards, how did your mindset towards game design change with GPU?
The GPU didn't really change my mind about game design. It's always, for me, it's always been, what do I want to do as a player? You know, what am I interested in doing? What's exciting? And figure out a way to make that happen. You know, before GPUs, before Quake, before Daikatana, I'd made about 90-something games. None of them had GPUs.
Right.
And it didn't change anything after that point. It's always been about design.
Okay. All right, so we're coming to the end now, and I'm going to ask one final question, which I think is going to be this one, if I can keep it still. Because people keep voting, and so the questions keep moving.
They keep moving around.
Okay. Actually, okay, what's the biggest compromise that you've had to make? I'm not going to say on Doom, just during this journey, 130 games, 107 commercially published. What's the biggest compromise that you've had to make to get here today?
Let's see. I'd say I don't know if it's a compromise, but working with the team was a really big game changer. Doing everything on your own is a lot of work, and you learn a lot less than working with other people.
Right.
So that was, to me, the biggest change was just getting to a point where I could work with the team and make games that way, and it was way more fun working with other people.
Great. Brilliant. You've been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Give him a beautiful, really, come on. He gave you a lot today.
Thank you.
Say thank you to John. John, thank you so much for being on our stage today.
Thanks
really
for having me here.
Appreciate you. It's our pleasure.
It's a great conference.
All right. Thank you. Right. So I'm going to let you go that way.
I'll go grab my stuff.
So I have a quick, before we go on, I have a quick favor. We'd like to take a picture. If you have a phone or a device in your hand, if you can just lift that up, just lift up your device, preferably not your MacBook. It may fall on someone's head. Those screens are expensive to replace. Quickly, just pick up your phone. Pick up your phone. All right, and we're going to take a picture. Oh, down the lights. Dim the lights. Okay. Oh, maybe this one as well. You got it? Look at these devices. It's fabulous. Thank you so much. So we have a few more minutes, and then at 10 past, we have our next speaker. If you want to stay with us, please do. If you want to move on to one of the other 9 stages, then do. But do be back at 10 past. have no idea. Oh, okay, so very, very quickly, because I forgot to tell you. So at 3 o'clock, John Romero is going to be doing a book signing over in the We Are Developers booth today. So that's at 3 o'clock. And then the other thing that you need to know is that the Doom Death Math with John Romero begins at 6 o'clock. So the Doom Death Match with John Romero begins at 6 o'clock this evening, and you'll find it at the Coding Society stage, which is on 7.1, level 1, okay? 7.1, level 1. That's the Doom Death Match today and at 6 o'clock. And just a reminder, John is doing a book signing today at 3 o'clock. I'll see you in a minute. Okay. Hello and welcome back. So our next speaker is the CEO and co-founder of Stack Overflow, and he is a globally recognized expert on software development. You'll know him for his blog, Joel on Software, which has been translated into over 30 languages. So his first company, you will most probably know, Fog Creek Software, creates project management tools for software developers, including Trello. How many of you use Trello? Yeah, me too. And that was acquired by Atlassian, if I can say it today, in 2017. Now, he's the author of 4 books and used to work as a contributing editor for Inc. magazine. Here's one phrase that he'd like you all to remember, is software developers are writing the script for the future. I'm going to say it again. Software developers are writing the script to the future. Please welcome to the stage Joel Polsky, building world-class companies.
Hello. Welcome. It's amazing to be here. This is an amazing conference. What is the best part of We Are Developers? Is it John Romero? Is it, oh, there's really good coffee, I heard. And there's a lot of water around, which is great. I have two choices here. So the coffee and the water, I think, will be the best part of this conference. I don't even want that. This is, sorry, would you like a sip? This is why the terrorists hate us. Stack Overflow, my shirt here, which says 10, that's from 10 years of Stack Overflow. It's actually about a year old. And Stack Overflow, we don't really measure the age of Stack Overflow in years. We measure it in how many times we have helped somebody get out of Vim that they ran by mistake. the Vim editor. So one of our number 3 question is, how do I exit Vim? Does anybody, a lot of you I saw use Trello. Does anybody use Stack Overflow here? Can we, a few? Okay, hold on, keep them up. 1, 2, 3. No, keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 10. That's sort of a stupid question now, and people laugh at me because it's sort of like saying, does anybody use Gravity? How many, raise your hand if you use Gravity. Anyone? Less, fewer of you. John, I have a much more important question. How many people in this room have answered a question on Stack Overflow? And you should stand up. Stand up. If you answered any question on Stack Overflow, please stand up. And can we have a round of applause, please, for the people that actually make Stack Overflow useful? I know it's not me. A lot of people focus on our number 1 user, John Skeet. You may have all heard that name. John Skeet has answered 35,000 questions on Stack Overflow. But there's like 14 million, so that's not even a lot. But because each question is visited by users who come from Google later, every question helps thousands of people. And when a question and answer on Stack Overflow helps you, it probably saves you about a half an hour. So we did this big mathematical calculation for John Skeet, and we said he's answered 35,000 questions. He has helped people 250 million times. And if you do a little calculation, the number of developers in the world, how many times he's helped people, each time it saved them about a half hour. Our calculation is that John Skeet personally has moved the entire world 6 hours into the future relative to where it would be if he hadn't been saving 250 million people all that time. I asked John Skeet, what question do you get when people meet you in person? And the question he always gets, it's a sort of silly joke. It's like, John Skeet, do you ever get Stack Overflows? And he said, meaning, remember the error message, Stack Overflow? I'm sorry, maybe this isn't funny if you're too young. So first of all, I'm here to report that not only does John Skeet not get Stack Overflows, but John Skeet can divide by 0. That's how good he is. All right. Let me talk, I'll switch to the past of Stack Overflow, and I want to talk a little bit about the future of Stack Overflow and where we see things going in the future. If you think about how you use Stack Overflow today, not a lot of people ask questions on Stack Overflow because the answer is already there. And the answers that are there are only there on topics that a lot of people are having trouble with. So compilers, programming languages, and libraries that are well known and widely used, you will find answers on Stack Overflow, and it will help you a lot there. And the future of Stack Overflow really is thinking about all the questions that are not on Stack Overflow. And the reason they're not there is because they're not about a compiler or a language that you use every day. They are there for their proprietary questions that you have. So almost everybody, I mean, unless you're a beginner or an independent software developer, almost everybody is working on a team, and they're working with code from other people that they did not write. And who wrote that code? Well, kind of lots of people, and some of them may be right next to you. And I guess you could ask them one more time to help you interface with their code or understand their code or debug their code. But realistically, some of those people may be long gone, and you may be in a company working on a code base that's 20 years old that has sort of what we like to call the lava flow pattern. The lava flow pattern is, if you think of a volcano, it makes lava. And the lava gets hard, turns into rocks, and then more lava comes out and piles up on top of that, and more lava piles on top of that. So that's what a code base looks like. There's things down in the bottom which are rock solid and you can't touch them. Everybody's afraid of them. And why are they afraid of that code? Nobody ever edits that code or modifies that code because nobody knows how it works or how it's supposed to work or why it works or how to change it. And so what they do is they just sort of build things on top. And so I think probably the average thing, today I tried to buy a ticket for the Berlin train, whatever, and the user interface was very, very slow and kind of embarrassing. So if you wrote the user interface for selling tickets to the Berlin trains, maybe you should just leave because this is going to be bad. But I kind of wonder what is going on there. Why does you can press the cancel button and it takes like 30 seconds? why is that going on? Probably because of lava flow. How does lava flow work? Well, in 1956, we had to build a system. And it was a very simple database, and relational database hadn't been invented yet. So we went to IBM, and we bought a $5 million mainframe computer, and we wrote code in an old version of COBOL, and that's still running. But nobody knows COBOL anymore. And in order to keep that code running, we have to keep going back to IBM and buying. They still sell mainframes. It's weird. But nobody knows how to do that. But fortunately, a long time ago, somebody wrote a better user interface to that code using the IBM KICS screen interface, 25 lines of 80 characters, the thing you still see at the airport. And somebody created that thing so that we would have a better user interface than punch cards. And that is still running, but nobody really knew how to change the underlying code, which is in COBOL. So the next thing that happened is that somebody got a Windows system, and they ran a terminal emulator, a TN3270 terminal emulator that could emulate that thing, and they programmed it using Windows messages, which is very awkward, to send keystrokes and screen scrape out of that particular thing. And then later, somebody thought the Windows messages were too complicated, so they created a Visual Basic 3.0 app, which sends the messages and then receives the screen scrape thing. And so now there's a Visual Basic app that can talk to the mainframe computer via screen scraping. And at some point, nobody wanted to use Visual Basic anymore, and Java was becoming popular. So somebody wrote a Java program that launched a virtual machine that runs a copy of Visual Basic 3.0, because we lost the compiled executable, so we still have to run it in the compiler. It's interpreted mode, but it's OK. And so we're running a 3270 in the virtual machine on a headless server in a whatever, with a Java thing that's running some kind of Java Beans thing that allows us to send messages and get messages, which are just inserting rows in a database on a mainframe somewhere. But wait, nobody likes Java anymore. So we went to microservices. And what we did is we created a microservice that talks to a Java thing through a user interface with a RESTful interface, because that's the cool thing now. And so now we have a node thing running on another headless server. Anyway, that's the lava flow of development. And what's going on here is you're afraid of that code at the bottom. Nobody knows what those 5 layers are. Nobody knows how they work. Nobody can reproduce them. And only bad things can come from that. And the reason that you're afraid of that code is because it's not documented. Now, let's talk about documentation for a while. The only failed thing that Stack Overflow ever did, well, now there were a few things. Now I'm thinking of all the failed things we did. Sorry. One of the only failures of Stack Overflow is we thought, hey, you guys like answering questions, right? Why don't we make Stack Overflow documentation? We'll make a place on Stack Overflow where you can read and write documentation. And I think the lesson we learned from that is that documentation is stupid. Nobody wants to write documentation. Nobody wants to read documentation. No documentation that has ever been written is good. Nobody that has ever read documentation has understood it. And once documentation is written, it gets put in Confluence somewhere where nobody changes it, which is weird because that's the whole point. And it's just a waste of time. So can we all please just agree to forget about the documentation? Thank you. Are we in favor of that or not? The point of Stack Overflow, which we've learned over the years, 10 years ago, before Stack Overflow, how did you learn how to program? You went to the bookstore, and they had a wall of books about Java, and you picked the one that was fattest, and you took it home, and you read it all, and now you knew how to code in Java. Today, if you went to the bookstore to try to find a book about the equivalent of Java today is Rust, like the new hot language, there's no books about that. There's 2, but they don't have them in the bookstore, and that's not how you learn. The way you learn is you just type. And then you have a problem, and then you go to Stack Overflow, and then there's already an answer there. And so what's going on here is that we've replaced documentation, which never worked and never made anybody happy and was never right, and we've replaced that with page-faulted-in knowledge in the form of questions and answers. And so that's actually useful knowledge for a couple of reasons. It gets generated correctly. In other words, rather than trying to figure out every question that somebody's going to have and writing documentation in advance for an imaginary reader, the only thing you write down, the only thing you document, is an answer to a question that an actual person is actually having right now because they actually want to know something. So it's almost like you page fault in the documentation by answering the questions that come up. And also, you don't have to keep writing after you're done. You just stop as soon as you've answered their question. But also, because there's a real person there, if your answer is not good, they will say, I'm sorry, I still don't understand, and you won't get the check mark and the upvote in Stack Overflow. And so that particular method of creating all your documentation ad hoc, on the fly, building up a cache of documentation as you go along, actually what it leaves behind is a very, very useful thing that is just the perfect amount of documentation that you need to answer actual questions that the people are having today and that future programmers on your team will have when they came back. So I think the point of that story really is what we've been working on at Stack Overflow in the last 3 years. And we've been introducing different versions of this, but we now have a way for everybody to get a version of Stack Overflow for their team. There's a small version. It's called Stack Overflow for Teams, and you can sign up on our website. There's a medium version called Stack Overflow for Business, and it's for larger companies of maybe 500 developers, et cetera. And the large version is called Stack Overflow Enterprise, and that's like the biggest companies in the world, and we've already got about 35 of them signed up that have literally thousands of developers. I mean, companies like Microsoft. And then they provide access to developers, to all the developers within a company to ask questions on internal topics. And so far, everybody's been very, very excited about this. And this is really kind of where the future is. A lot of people who never typed a word on Stack Overflow because we already had all the answers, now that they can ask questions and answer questions about their internal code that's proprietary, have become much more active on Stack Overflow. And I think we just get everybody to admit that that documentation is a waste of time, and that the real way to do things is with these sort of different Stack Overflow for Teams products, using Stack Overflow on your team to answer questions. So that's the future. There's a couple of things I kind of like to talk about every time I get a big audience. A little bit of maybe the philosophy of Stack Overflow, which I think is important. And there's so many people here who have contributed to Stack Overflow that I'm sure many of you know it, but it might be worth a refresher. So I want to start out with the fact, kind of the central premise of Stack Overflow is that it is very, very hard to make a thing that you put on the internet and everybody uses it, and then you allow people to communicate among themselves. So that could be a Stack Overflow, it could be a social network, it could just be the App Store where people write ratings. You always get, let's just say, unintended consequences. And the behavior of large groups of people online where they're all free to type things. I mean, the average person just assumes that if there's a box, a multi-line text box on the internet, that they have a God-given, inalienable right given to them by the United Nations to type whatever garbage they want into that box and then submit it. And not only that, but if it doesn't then remain on the internet until the heat death of the universe, then they have personally been censored, and then this is a kind of a horrible thing. So it's very hard to get people to behave on the internet, and the consequences of that have started to become very severe, as we have seen with Facebook, and I don't even have to tell that story because it's boring, because you all know what I'm talking about. A friend of mine first encountered this with the Apple App Store, where anybody can kind of write any comment that they want on the App Store. And this was in the very early days of the App Store, and Apple had come up with a way to create, to allow developers to write apps for the iPhone. And he thought, this is fun, I'm going to make an app. And his first app was called Ruler Phone, and this was his idea in the days before AR. He wanted it to be possible to measure things, measure the length of things using your iPhone. And all he had was the camera. So this was his idea. You take out your credit card from your wallet. Everybody has a credit card in their pocket. You hold it up next to the item that you want to measure. You take a picture with your camera, and his app, Ruler Phone, knows how long a credit card is because they're all the same length. And they're all exactly the same size. And so you could then figure out how long the other things in that picture were based on the length. Anyway, it's a fun little app. It was pretty easy. He was selling it for the minimum price, like $1, 99 cents, whatever. And he was making, actually, good money. He was making like $1,000 a month or something, and plus whatever he could charge on the credit cards. But the trouble was, the reviews that he got didn't make any sense. And he just sort of thought, oh, these are customers using it. But the reviews were just whatever anybody wanted to write. And so some people would say, I don't have a credit card. It's like, all right. So like 1 star. It's like, I don't know if that's my fault, but okay. Some of them like made no sense at all. And my favorite review was somebody who wrote, worst game ever. With 3 periods. So I've had a hobby lately. Once a year on the anniversary of Worst Game Ever, I go find some app like Uber and I write a review like, I couldn't figure out how to play this game at all. I was only able to kill 3 of the cars. I don't even know how to get to level 2. Okay, so you start with this crazy system where everybody's typing whatever words they want on the internet, and we're trying to get something useful out of it that doesn't involve the Russians hacking the American election. I mean, that doesn't involve, I don't know, like all kinds of devastation and horrible things happening. And that involves creating rules. And at first you might think the rules are going to be easy and obvious. Let's just say, how about nothing illegal? And then you have to think about what country you're in, and different things are illegal in different countries. And some of these things are sort of very, very, very interesting. And so there's categories like denying that the Holocaust ever occurred, categories of speech which are against the law in 16 different democracies, including Germany, but are legal in many other democracies, including the United States. And now you got to figure out what the heck to do with an international audience. But that's not even the problem. If you think that your problem is figuring out what kind of speech to allow, what kind of speech not to allow, boy, you're just looking at the tip of the iceberg. Because the next level is trying to figure out how to shape the behavior of that large community of people. And I say shape because it's very light. It's not forcing everybody to do it exactly right. It's just shaping it to get positive outcomes so that the people are contributing in some way to something useful that you want to create. In the case of Stack Overflow, for example, we started out saying this is not going to be a place where one person comes and gets an answer from 2 people. This is going to be a place where one person comes, gets an answer from 2 people, and then they leave behind a thing on the internet that is useful to 1,000 people with the votes and all that kind of stuff. So all the early decisions about the design of Stack Overflow, including a lot of weird things that are on there, are specifically designed to make it so that 1,000 people can get the most benefit out of Stack Overflow. And a lot of you know this, and you've probably all heard it because we've been talking about it for 11 years now. But that's not obvious. And so that's the most important part here, is that a newcomer, a new programmer, an 18-year-old walks up to Stack Overflow and starts looking at it, and what they see is questions and answers, and they must assume, this is a service that exists to serve the people asking questions, and assume that that's kind of what's important. And then they go on and they ask their question, which is either maybe cutting and pasting a homework assignment that they got in a class, or cutting and pasting a programming assignment that they got at their job, or asking a general question like, how do I write a program to measure? Or something like that, a question that can't really be answered. There's certain categories of things then that we just have to ban them, and we can't allow them. And so we're trying to create certain simple rules that we have learned will allow this large group of people, millions of people coming together every month on Stack Overflow, to actually create something useful that creates an artifact that's useful, and to kind of harness the power of the community to make something that no single one of us could actually make, and that's really, really valuable and moves the whole world into the future faster. And you have to figure out the rules. And the rules that you figure out are sometimes kind of tricky. They're sort of tricky. I'll give you, I want to just give you a random example from real life, which is, is anybody into techno music? I'm sorry, it's Berlin. I have to ask. Techno? Anything? Not so many. Okay, so the good techno clubs, the bad techno clubs, you know that they're bad because there's Instagram, and there's like girls doing this, right? And the good techno clubs either take away your phone or they have a rule against phones. And people don't even understand why that. Like, why is that a rule? Why do you have to have it? Why can't I have my phone? I got my phone everywhere. I take my phone to every other tourist attraction. Whenever I'm having fun, my first instinct is to stop having fun and to show all my friends on Instagram that I'm having fun. That is more important. Then I can prove that I was having fun because I'm not sure if I'm having fun. And the clubs have figured out, the good ones, the good clubs have figured out, the way to have fun is to put your fucking phone away and just have fun. And then they ban the phones. And that's fine, but most people show up at those clubs with their phones, and they don't understand. Nobody has explained to them you're going to have fun if you stop trying to brag to your friends and make a permanent record of whatever the feeling that you're feeling right now, which, by the way, MDMA is not transmitted on Instagram, so you will not actually communicate how much fun you're having to your other friends, although you might think you are. But those particular experiences like the clubs have sort of figured out, look, just put away your phone. You're going to have a better time. It's going to force you to go talk to somebody who is there rather than texting with somebody who is in Los Angeles right now and asleep because of the time zone difference. That's a non-obvious rule. That's an example of something that if you do it, people will have more fun. The experience will be better. Similarly, on Stack Overflow, there are some non-obvious rules. I'm going to give you a simple one, and I'll give you two complicated ones. The simple one is we have a rule: do not ask a question that the correct answer would be the length of a book. So, and there's complicated reasons for that, but you don't have to know. Just don't do it. And so people will go on and say, I'm trying to learn programming. What should I do? People will go on and say, how do I write a program to do something broad? This is like, literally, this is like, I think I'm having some pain in my abdomen. You're a doctor. How can I remove my abdomen? And then the only thing a reasonable doctor would say is, have you been to medical school? Because, all right, let's start with going to medical school. And you're like, shut up, that's 7 years. Just tell me the steps to remove my abdomen. And it's like kind of insulting to the doctor, because like you have to learn like a whole bunch of stuff before you should even be cutting open your own, wait a minute, never mind. Like the question doesn't make sense. And the correct answer is beyond a book, it's an advanced degree in a university, and then 7 years of practice in hospitals. And then maybe you'll do a pretty good job with that on the whole. And you see those questions on Stack Overflow all the time, and we just don't allow them because there's no possible answer that can ever benefit anybody. And so, like, go away. But this is non-obvious to people because they think this is a place where I can ask questions, and they don't know that that's not a question that they can ask. And when they ask it, they get very sad because we have to be mean to them and tell them, go away, your question is not awesome. And they're like, why? And I go, well, we have a rule that you can't ask questions that the length of the answer would be a book. And they're like, well, I don't like that rule. That's not my favorite rule. Like, my favorite rule would be, and then they just start imagining things, and you're like, just listen, just come back in a year or something when you know why you're an idiot. But this is not very welcoming. And I will come back to that idea of being welcoming, but we can't have that question on there. It's not going to help anyone. There's two much better versions of this, which I'll go into a little bit in depth. Sometimes I'll be speaking to a group of students, and they'll say you have 7 minutes because it's like a hackathon or something, and they're all tired, and they've been awake for 48 hours, and they smell badly. And they're like, Joel Spolsky will speak at the end of the hackathon, and I got 7 minutes. So here's what I try to cram in that every student needs to know when they learn programming. These are sort of the two things you need to know. Number one, I like to call rubber duck debugging. Rubber duck debugging is when you take a rubber duck from the bathtub, squeak, and you put it on top of the monitor, you bounce it on the monitor, and before you try anything, when you have a bug, you explain it to the duck. And you say, okay, I'm trying to do this, and then I did that, and you just sort of recite the experience of the bug. And the reason this absurd, and it doesn't have to be a duck, and you knew that, right? It could be like a little devil or something cute. The reason this works a lot of the time is that just the very act of trying to put into words, what are you doing? What did you try to do? What do you want to happen? What did you do? And then what did you expect would happen? And then, important, what happened instead? Those components, what you want, what you did, what you expected, and what happened instead. Those are the components that you kind of need. And if you can explain those clearly to a duck, a lot of times you've explained them to yourself. And then you say, oh, shit, I'm stupid. And you fix your bug. And programmers want you to do this before you go on Stack Overflow and start typing words. And the reason we want you to do this is because it's really helpful. 90% of the time, you solve your problem by being able to explain it to people very, very clearly. So the rule on Stack Overflow in general, and it's sort of it's not like listed as a rule you will be banned if you don't do this, but what we're trying to teach everybody to do and what we encourage everybody to do is to include those components. What did you do? What did you expect? What did you want? What did you get instead? If you include those components, and you explain them clearly in a way that a rubber duck could understand, then we can help you. We really can. Those questions get 100% get answers. 100%, like in seconds. If you leave out any part of that, you don't get an answer. And you don't get an answer because we don't know. Like you said, okay, I want this, I did this, and I got this. And it's like, okay, that's what you should get. I don't even understand the question. You're like, oh, no, I expected this. Aha. You have to include that part. Or, I want this, I got that. Well, what did you do? You could be doing anything. I don't know what you're doing wrong. I can't help you. Sometimes the question is, can anybody here help me? Like you've left out all 4 parts. That is reasonable if you walk into a coffee shop, I guess, and you're just opening the conversation and you expect later to provide the other parts. But on Stack Overflow, hey, it's the internet. We don't have time. Let's not waste time. Just go ask your question, include all 4 parts. That's what we want to teach you. And the reason we want to teach you this is because this is the basic skill that a programmer should have learned by the time they're 18. And so that's one of them. And that's one of these funny rules, which is like, I went on Stack Overflow and I asked a question and people were mean to me. And half the time it's because you left out one of those things. There's another rule on Stack Overflow. You've probably heard it expressed thusly. The rule is always include a sample of code, the shortest possible sample of code that illustrates your problem. Don't give us the whole code. People in the old days would upload zip files. They're like, here's my code base. Debug this for me. Why are we telling you that? It's not because we're mean. It's not because we don't have an unzipper app on our computer. We don't want to download your source code, compile it, and try to figure out what the heck is going on. It's because there's a style of debugging that's called divide and conquer. How does that work? You take your million lines of code, which are not working correctly, and you sort of say, I wonder if the problem is in this 500,000 lines or in that 500,000 lines. And so you put a print statement in between those 500,000 lines, and you try to see everything up to here is exactly as I expected, and if it's not, then the bug is not down here, it's up here. And now you take these 500,000 lines of code and you put a print right in the middle, and now you know, now you've narrowed it down to 250,000 lines of code, and thanks to the benefit of logarithms, in about 8 times, even for the largest code bases, you'll eventually get down to a line of code, and before that line, everything is working perfectly, and after that line, everything is not working perfectly, and now you know where your problem is. And in fact, 9 times out of 10, this is how you debug as a programmer, which is why printf debugging is often all you really need. And a lot of developers have never really used any other form of debugging. Probably 99% of the time, that's the only kind of debugging I've ever used. And I've lately been using Arduino, where you can't even print, so it's even worse. It's like LED blink debugging. But that's kind of all you need to do binary. And when you're looking at one line of code and you're saying to us, I thought this would do this, and it actually did that, most of the time you figure it out. That solves your problem. You're like, oh, this is a minus, that should be a plus. I forgot about the commutative property of multiplication, or whatever it is. And you solve your problem. And if you still haven't, take that line and then put it on Stack Overflow, and we will help figure out what is broken in your brain, what you thought about the world and the way that like maybe multiplication and addition interact, and show you where to put the parentheses. And then you'll be like, oh, now I remember why I should have read that chapter on the priority of operators and all that kind of stuff. So here's 2 big systems of programming that are enormously useful. Rubber ducky debugging, and that became a Stack Overflow rule, which was include all the components that you need and explain it to somebody that doesn't understand what's in your head, to a duck. Number 2, divide and conquer. Show us the minimum amount of code. And the reason we're telling you to do this is because this is beginning programming. And if you learn those 2 skills, you won't need Stack Overflow that much. And you'll be a good developer, and you'll be able to solve every problem that comes your way, including, by the way, an awful lot of problems involving physical manufacturing of things and working in your garage on your car and all kinds of other problems that you may encounter. So we just want to make sure that you've learned those. And also, if those don't solve your problem, we can help you. That's what Stack Overflow is built for. And so we created these 2 rules, but they're weird. They're not the rules that people expect. In fact, in society, if you're interacting with a human being, you expect that you have to ask permission to ask a question. So the first thing you say to a person if you have a question face-to-face is, can I ask you a question? Do you have a few minutes? But please don't do that on Stack Overflow, because that doesn't make any sense. And that's what I meant about the rules not being obvious. People still, we still have a problem with people thinking they're special and they're snowflakes. They don't want to obey our rules. But there's nothing we can really do about that. So let's get on to the last thing, which is something that I implied, and it's sort of what follows from this principle that on Stack Overflow, we have some rules. The rules are not obvious. They're not your favorite rules. You don't want to do that rule. You don't like that rule. But there's a reason that rule is there. And in fact, the reason that rule is there is why everybody is enjoying themselves at this club place. Everybody's getting answers on Stack Overflow. The whole world is moving into the future due to Stack Overflow. We got the wacko little rules. And we could just say, look, shove off, dude. We don't really care. But we want to be more welcoming to people. And let me talk about why. And the reason I want to talk about why is something you may have noticed, and it probably came as a surprise to you all. but many of the people that I see in this room are of the male sex. I don't know if you noticed that. You look around and say, oh yeah, I did notice that. That's weird. Why is that the case? And in fact, this is an attribute of the current world of tech and some other worlds too, construction, whatever. Why is it important for tech, and why do we even care? I mean, maybe this is what people want to do. I don't, there's not a lot of men who teach third grade ballet, but, maybe they don't want to. The reason this is a problem for tech is, again, going back to my motto and our motto at Stack Overflow, which is developers are writing the script for the future. What do I mean by that? The script for the future, the code that you write is going to run in the future. And the code that you write is going to be important because somebody standing at the train platform in Berlin is going to be interacting with your code and thinking that guy's an idiot and going to be missing their train because you have a cancel button that takes 25 seconds. And it looked like it was green, so it looked like it meant okay because I don't speak German. Anyway, there's something about the world that's going to change. I'm going to get where I'm going 7 minutes late, multiplied by 1 million people who ride the U-Bahn are going to all have that situation because there's some code that you write that ran in the future. That is the script for the future. That's a very, very small example. I touched upon the Russians hacking the American election. We could go to sort of a ton of different things. And almost every speaker that is speaking at this conference, the reason they're speaking at this conference is because they wrote some code that changed the future, that changed the world as it exists today. Whether it's John Romero or anybody in a small way or in a large way or in a huge way, I have probably, as much as Stack Overflow moved the world forward because of Quake, I personally am 1 year behind in my life where I would have been if it wasn't for that game. I think that's okay. The world has changed. You changed the world, and that's what developers are doing. And it's really, really important to consider, like, how important is that? How often is your life being changed because of a law that a legislator passed in a democratic way, in a democratic country, hopefully, for those of you that are lucky enough to live in one, that went through a whole thoughtful process about what should the law be and a process of negotiations. And okay, we've decided the laws. And when does that affect you? I don't know, when you pay your taxes, when you're trying to open a bar, once in a while. A developer makes a decision, and those decisions impact your daily life about whether you can spend your time playing with Quake or you have to wait for the next train or whatever it is. Those things hit you 38 times before breakfast. Hundreds of times a day, because you're walking around with a little computer program, a lot of computer programs written by a lot of developers, and it is telling you where to go and where to stand, and Google's telling you how to walk and how to cross the street, and all of this kind of stuff, and everything is being influenced by code written by developers. So this is, not only is it super important, but the code written by developers is probably more important than the code written by governments. And that's tough, and that's kind of interesting. Because who's writing it? Were they elected? No. Do they represent the world in an equitable way? Not really. It's kind of the people that enjoyed engineering school and didn't feel. So this is why it's a problem. This is why it's a problem, is that the work done by developers, super important, super valuable, and therefore it should be created by the world at large, not by a particular demographic slice of the world. Why is this happening? Is there anything we can do about it? There's a lot of things that we can do about it, and I'm going to focus literally on one, and that comes down to an experience I had when I went to a One Direction concert. Do they have One Direction? Have you heard of One Direction? I know, you're very young. It's a boy band, and like Zayn Malik, you know him, right? Okay. Harry Styles. For some reason, I am gay, but I am also a huge One Direction fan. And I wanted to go to a One Direction concert with my other gay friends. And I live in New York City, which has a lot of gay people, but the concert in New York City was sold out. So we decided to go down to Philadelphia, where there was another concert the next day. Took a car, drove to Philadelphia, went to the concert. Not so many gay people. And in fact, the audience, it was a huge arena, like a stadium, a football stadium, American football, much bigger, right? Giant stadium, 100,000 people, 99,997 teenage girls, and then me and my other two gay friends. So I felt a little awkward. And here's something I want to say. I have to say, it was a good concert. There were a few other men there, but they were daddies. Like, not the good kind of, fathers of the, sorry. So me and my two friends were the only guys standing up throughout the whole concert. The rest of the men were sitting down, doing email on their phones. And I had a lot of fun. And nobody, at no point in the course of this entire concert, coming in, intermission, before, after, did anybody ever say anything odd like, "What are you doing here?" or mean, or even remotely give me the feeling that I shouldn't be there. There was absolutely zero of that. The teenage girls know who their allies are. So, but how did I feel at that concert? When I left, I felt, you know what? I'm probably not going to go back to another One Direction concert. As much as I enjoyed it, I could not help the feeling that I was in the wrong place for 2 hours. And the reason that I felt that I was in the wrong place is even though nobody told me I was in the wrong place, I could just look around and see that I was in the wrong place. And I didn't feel unwelcome, but that's not enough. I didn't feel positively welcomed. And honestly, if one teenage girl had said to me, "It is so awesome that you are proud of liking One Direction. I like One Direction too. What's your favorite song?" then I would have felt welcome. And I probably would have come back. And I would have been like, okay, this is okay. I can see myself belonging here. And I think we have the same thing on Stack Overflow. We have the same exact syndrome on Stack Overflow. So kind of pay attention to it, which is that when girls who are learning how to program have questions and they look around and they start going on Stack Overflow and asking questions, what they see is a lot of people that don't look like them. And so nobody has to be mean to them or ask them for a date or do something obnoxious. Like, that doesn't even happen for a lot of girls to feel like, it's going to take work for me just to exist in this community. And obviously the same applies to minorities and underrepresented groups in programming. You kind of look around, nobody looks like you. Unless they are actively welcoming, you have to kind of like overcome a lot of friction every single day to stay in the field. One woman programmer told me that she asked a question on Stack Overflow. She'd been having a problem coding, and as she was learning how to code, she'd been having a problem with a particular thing, and she had worked on it for a whole day, and finally somebody told her, why don't you ask on Stack Overflow? And so she composed a question on Stack Overflow, which was perfect, great question. Somebody wrote an answer, perfect, great answer, but the answer that they wrote, he started with the words, "Oh, this is easy. This is easy." That's not a negative thing. That's not mean. I didn't say you were dumb. I'm just saying, oh, cool, easy. All you have to do is, and what she thought when she read this was, no, it's not. That is not easy. It is not easy for me. I've been working on this for 6 hours. I still don't understand it. I don't understand your answer. None of this makes any sense. And so the conclusion that she drew was, programming is not for me. A lot of guys here, I'm a woman, they all say this is easy. It is not easy. You're drawing a conclusion here. All you got to do is change the words on that sentence. Just change the words in the answer. Instead of saying this is easy, you could say, I'm glad you asked. This is hard. This is tricky. Not a lot of people are able to immediately figure out that. That's all you got to do. And now what happens? The thing is flipped. The behavior is sort of flipped. And so all this kind of stuff that I'm talking about is a part of being actively welcoming to newcomers to the programming field, whoever they may be, whatever race, gender, sexual orientation, or background, or country, or whatever that they come from. Not Dutch. Don't touch the Dutch. You can be mean to them all you want. But everybody else, being actively welcoming and actively sort of considerate of, like, how would I feel if this is my little sister, my little brother, my dad is trying to learn how to program. How would you answer? What would be the respectful, welcoming, kind way to answer there? And that's really what we're going for with Stack Overflow. And I personally believe that if we can do this on Stack Overflow, just flip from, oh, this is easy, to, I see why you're having trouble. Thank you for asking. Just flip to being from not welcoming to welcoming. We can probably make a huge difference over time, a huge difference to the makeup of who is writing the script for the future. And if all goes well, I hope that what we can do then is create a much more diverse community of people creating the script for the future that will be far more helpful and sympathetic of people trying to buy tickets on the train who don't speak German and keep pressing cancel by mistake. So that is my goal for Stack Overflow. To summarize, 2 big things for the future. Personal questions, Stack Overflow for teams, private questions, all that kind of stuff. Number 2, and we're going to be working on this very hard. We have a project internally called the Welcome Wagon. How can we turn around the attitude on Stack Overflow? So it's still important that when you ask questions that you follow the rules. And they're weird, not obvious rules, but we're sympathetic and we welcome you and we want to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joel. There are some amazing nuggets in there. Thank you. Joel Spolsky, please. Hopefully you got lots out of that. It was wonderful to hear you chuckling away. We are going to be back at 3 o'clock with our next speaker and guest. Looking forward to seeing you. Welcome back. Okay, our afternoon is moving along. So our next speaker founded companies in the ride-sharing and event spaces, and he has worked for a number of tech environments, including YouTube's virtual reality program. He currently leads the marketing for Flutter, Google's open source mobile application development network. So he told me that once he was stuck in a lift with Lionel Messi. As you do, it seems. So here's one phrase to live by: the harder you work, the luckier you get. So later he's going to be joined by Matt Sullivan, a developer advocate on the Flutter team, and Joseph Auer from BMW, speaking about, you guessed it, Flutter. Please welcome to the stage Martin Aguinis.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. How's it going? I'm Martin, and I lead marketing for Flutter. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for welcoming us to this keynote stage. Let's see if the slides go up. There we go. All right. So Flutter is Google's portable UI toolkit for building apps on Android, iOS, and the web, among other places. But before we get started, I'm really curious, who here is a mobile developer? Okay, about 50%. What about web developer? Very nice. Who here has already heard of Flutter? Wow, about half the room. Who has actually used Flutter, built something with Flutter already? Nice. Okay, so it seems like we have a difference in terms of exposure to Flutter and knowledge of Flutter. So this is how we're going to structure the talk. We're going to start with just a very quick overview of what Flutter is and why it really matters at Google and beyond. Then we're actually going to hack on some Flutter code live on stage. So hopefully the demo gods are with us today. And then we're actually going to have some partners talk to you and show you some other really cool demos. So I mentioned what Flutter is. But a lot of times when we talk about Flutter, we do it with 4 pillars. So we say that Flutter is beautiful, Flutter is fast, Flutter is productive, and Flutter is open. So let me dive into each one of these for a little bit. The reason Flutter is beautiful is because Flutter allows you to paint every pixel to the screen. Everything in Flutter is a widget, which is customizable, which means that you as a developer have full control over your application. We also have some widgets that we give you, such as the material design and Cupertino widgets, so you can make your app look to certain platforms. So you can also customize them to make it a very brand-driven app, as you can see in the example behind me, and I'll show you a few more examples. Secondly, Flutter is fast. We use Skia, graphics rendering engine, and Flutter apps render over 60 frames per second. As you can see in this animation built by 2 Dimensions, and that's actually overlaid, as you can see, by text and other custom things. So you can create these highly powered animations that are jank-free, because we've all been in that situation where you have an app and it's a little bit laggy, but obviously we expect our apps to have really good performance. So as soon as it lags, you know, all the investment you put into the app can go away. Thirdly, productive. So something we love at Flutter that we created because our developers love is called stateful hot reload, which allows you to make changes to your code and literally in real time see them appear on the application. As you can see, what's happening right here. So we're changing the word click to tapped and hot reloading it, but we're also changing some of the business logic. So we're actually making it count downwards instead of upwards. And you can see it reloads that in half a second or so. So finally, Flutter is open. And this is something that's really exciting to us, which is Flutter is entirely free and open source. In fact, a ton of our community members are probably here in person or watching online, and they've contributed a lot of code, packages, and plugins to Flutter itself. And because it's open source, we keep that nature with us as well. So a lot of things you can go in and actually see all the code to it, as well as the demo we'll show you later. We'll actually share all the code there as well, so you can see how it was built. So these are our 4 pillars. And we've seen an incredible amount of momentum this past year with Flutter. So I want to show you a quick video of some examples of apps that have been built this past year. So those are cool apps, but obviously at the We Are Developers Conference, we want to show you the code behind it and actually do some of this live. So I want to bring up to stage now my colleague, Matt Sullivan, who's going to hack on some Flutter code for you. Matt? There he is.
Hello. This is the part of the talk where things can go horribly wrong.